or sad. No need to ask. No need to ask.
Bing bong. What time is it? It's dev o'clock. Welcome back to another Project Feline Devstream. We're doing more animating. Yesterday we were trying to work out where to go with the wall run, and still nothing's come out at me yet. Nothing's clicked yet. So we're gonna work on something else while my brain processes that in the background on what to do. We were going back and forth between like a wall run or a wall ride, and I'm kind of still leaning towards wall ride, but there's something with the wall run that I want to try that might help it win over. So because it's sort of like a battle of ideas right now, and that possibility is leading me to focus on just the normal run for today, because I reckon, well, I don't know. Something jumps out at me that's like, work on her normal run. So that's what we will do. So I'm just getting everything open. If you have been enjoying these streams as I've been doing them, it's you know, we've gone some places, we've had some fun. If you're enjoying them, consider supporting, becoming a subscriber or something. It would help me out a lot. And let's jump into it. So her current run is bad. It's pretty bad. This is it at the moment. Like just the normal run. It's very basic, and I don't really like it. It's yeah. The wall run I didn't like either, which was this one. I didn't really care for this much either. So what we're gonna do, because I'm just gonna focus on the normal run, because I think the way she just moves on the ground is gonna help me come to a better decision about what to do with the wall traversal. If I can sort of, her normal traversal is an easier problem to tackle, so we'll do that. And I'm not liking this. It's very rough, but even in its rough stage, what I try to look out for is it should still look good even with like 4 keys, and this doesn't. There's something about it that I just don't like. So it needs help. The run is in trouble. So I'm gonna just make a copy of this to iterate on. And I wanna try to imitate her old run, because her old run was actually not terrible. So we'll get that open. It's not Tom Cruise enough. No, I don't want Tom Cruise. I think the wall run does look a bit too Tom Cruise, I think. So we want to stay away from Mr. Cruise. But yeah, the only thing that's jumped out at me is you got to look at this more, which is not like a conclusive. Yeah, there'll be a point that happens as I keep going. Something will happen in my head where it goes, that one, and that hasn't happened. So it's like, it's telling me that you need some more work, Chief. You gotta stay spelunking down in the depths, and then you will find your answer. So that's what my brain's telling me. So I said, okay, brain, I will do that. Or if this was the dark materials law, it would be my Kookaburra soul demon telling me you gotta keep trying stuff. And I say, okay. And yeah, people in that world, you don't want to argue with your demons. It's not a good idea. It doesn't work out very well, unless you want to pull a Mrs. Coulter on yourself, which I don't want to go there. So So I'm just going to, because I have to like limit the frame rate. This is very zoomed out for some reason. How many frames is this? 12 frames. So this is her old run, and yeah, there are some things about it that I don't like, but there's a lot I do like about it. So we're gonna see if we can imitate what makes this cool and do away with what doesn't. Because there's a certain, I don't know, just the way it moves. I don't know if it's like obvious to see from here. The hips are a bit stiff. That's the only thing I never liked about this, is that the hips are very stiff. So maybe we can fix that now on this new model. So we will pick a keyframe to imitate. Oh, I think it's because these two look too similar. It's probably what's making it look off for me. I just got to think about how many of these I want to start with. I think we'll start with this one, because this is sort of where this is. You can see it's very different. What I've done this time is very different. So we'll try and get just the poses similar to what we had here. So put that on the other screen. Cal, you accidentally missed the last two. How do you accidentally miss these? You need to tell me how that happens. But thank you though. I don't think that, look, I'm not really happy with how they're coming along myself, but thank you. To me, in my head, it's like, it's meant to look a certain way, and it's not all the way there yet. So, I'm not going to be happy. I'm probably, even when it's done, I'm probably still not going to be happy, but, you know, it is what it is. Let me just make sure I'm getting the right side. Okay, it's this, yep. So I've done something tricky here, where the half of the animation is just the other half but mirrored. So we'll delete, because it's just the 3 poses. So we'll focus on just these. And I'll make sure that everything is keyed. Because I guess you could call it a safety key, I suppose. Where if you change some things between some animations and you don't key them in others, it won't like revert it back to normal. So I'm just making sure as I continue that I'm doing that. So that if I change like the hair in one animation, but it isn't keyed in another one, and I've animated it like it's in the default pose, then it like inherits the scale from the other one when I don't want it to, because it isn't keyed. So yeah, I'm just making sure I do that. Guess I'll turn fingers on. All right. So old Gabi's one, it's a bit different. The form's a little different. It's actually kind of crazy. Some of it is pretty crazy. Like her back is a bit straighter, and it's more twisted. Like it's really twisted. And this comes up really high actually, but this is actually even still, this has been modified from, because this went through like 2 versions, this old run. I'll see if I can find, because there's this version, but if we go to run 1, you see how this is less extreme? So, and when you look at it in game, it looks stiffer. This is what the first run was. So I'll zoom in real close so you guys can see it. So that was the first version of this, because we did 2. I don't know if you guys, I think I might have streamed when I was redoing this one. But if we go run 2, you can see it, there's just something where it looks different, like the movement is slightly different and the posing is slightly different. This one looks a little stiffer. And it looks like her weight's moving around too much, where this one is... And then from the side, you can see a huge difference as well. Just subtle differences. Like that's the extreme on the first one, and that's it on the new one. So just that one pose difference is huge. So we go, yeah, there's the old one there. It looks kind of clunky. This looked, in game it looked even worse. It looked really stiff. But then this is sort of, you see her arms and legs are coming out more. And there's something about the rhythm too that's a little different. I don't remember what I did exactly, but I'm sure it'll come to me. Do I use Rigify for game engines add-on? No, I did something else. I came up with sort of my own workaround to get it to import correctly in Unreal, but I don't know. Maybe I should check that out. But no, I haven't heard of that one. T-Ref says being a yeah, it is like being a choreographer. Yeah. Hi, Seam Skills and Sakamori. You're both still here. What's the plan? We're gonna just work on her normal run because I need more time to cook something in my brain of like what I want the wall run to be like. So we're just gonna work on her normal run. So I'm just getting. We're gonna like kind of imitate her old run pose. Did that save? Okay, it did. It's just the back. Her back is not. Her back is sort of more upright in the old one, but I don't know if I want to keep that. So we'll see. But yeah, the new armor makes the run look a lot less goofy as well, because it's not clipping as much. So now I gotta look at it from the front, which is, it's good that I can use my own old animations for this, because I can see it from all angles. And I can see this has to come out this way more. And this fist. It's like the head is also tilted more. The head's tilted that way. And I guess we'll, just to get the posing a bit better. Oh, come back. There we go. I'm just trying to find the tweak layers for the legs. There we go. And probably for the arms too. Just to make sure that it's all squared away. Yeah, it's fixed that. That knee is bending, it's popping a bit. And then this is gonna need some help. So it's a bit hard to see this part because it's in shadow, but if I turn the wireframe on, you can see that this is affecting this area just to kind of give it more volt, just so it doesn't look like it's like compressing on itself, because you don't want that. So I'm gonna just adjust, because I have a few bones adjacent to it which I can adjust just to make it not weird. And then you see here it's clipping the leg, so I have to take this helper and just push that muscle up a bit like this. See, now that looks more like natural, right? So yeah, it's like setting these up was hard, but it's like it pays off so much because you can just fix things very easily. So I will, yeah, I'd rotate this a little as well. Like I can use both of these to sort of make it smooth, because it's hard to do that with only 2 bones. You need like helper bones. We'll have a look at her shoulders. I gotta see what her old, because it has the outline on it. Let me turn that off. There is another issue. I'm just with the old one. It's hidden all the controls. Oh, there we go. What is this? Oh, this is her tail. I don't know why I made a bone to let you detach the tail. I don't know why I did that. But there's something I'm looking for, because I don't want the armor on. I just want to look at the body underneath. So I'm pretty sure that's a separate object, and then on here I can mask the body back in. You can see how awkward, like, this is one of those, like, this is when you have no tweak bones, you get this happening. And this is a great example right here of why I went to the effort to even remodel this in the first place. Because I don't know the last time I went through this, but the anime style, it all comes down to poses, deliberate, rule-breaking poses. And you need a model that's designed to handle that kind of thing. And this model can't handle it. And you can see here, I know that it's just one frame we're pausing on, but you get issues like this every frame. And that adds up. That's why people thought it looked strange and they couldn't explain it, because they're not looking at it frame by frame. But if you do, you then note it. Like, look at her entire back is like compressing into the, it's like I'm squeezing her hip bone. Like, it looks so unnatural. That's why this looks strange. And there's little discrepancies like that on all of these frames, I would bet. Like here too. It just, everything just looks, and there's this weird thing with the legs that I might have pointed out before, where I had modeled these legs wrong, where they have a curve in the leg, and it's way too much. So I've had to like adjust the rig bone placement to look straighter, but even here it's still curved way too much. Like, it makes no sense for a leg to curve that way. And you can see on the back leg from this front profile, you can see that me trying to compensate with the twist there, and it just looks kind of awkward. And it like throws her hips out completely. And then yeah, the same with the shoulders. The shoulders are just clipping. Like this area here, it's like there's like a dimple on the side of her body, which is just, oh, it's so bad. So, because because I've had people ask me like, oh, why not just retarget? Why not just use the old rig and the old model and just make new animations for it? And it's like, because you can't, no amount of animating is gonna save, no amount of reanimating is gonna save this. Like this, you can't do anything good with this. So that's sort of like the. That's sort of like the full, it comes full circle in the animation. And probably a lot of, because I explained a lot of this in the modeling streams and it probably didn't make any sense. And I'm trying to snap this window, there we go. Probably didn't make any sense when I was modeling it, because I was looking into the future in my brain. I was like, in a few months time when I get to animating, I know what kind of things will happen. And I was like trying to explain it, and it probably made no sense to anyone. But this is exactly what I was like picturing, is like, being able to just pose it and have it not look weird. Like you see here, it's the same pose, but it looks natural. Her shoulder muscles are acting the way they're meant to and everything. And those details, man, they add up. That's how you eliminate, that's how you kill jank. Completely destroy it. So I'm gonna turn off the wireframe on this view because it's just a bit distracting. So I'll have to probably make some like different choices, because the old model's pose is probably, it's like okay, it's a good base, but we can't copy it exactly for that reason, because so much has changed. So yeah, like her hips don't squash into her leg anymore, so that's good. So I'm just trying to get something that feels similar. Let me just reset these, because the way her hand sort of fans out, I thought was always cool. Go ahead and change this to individual origins. And then scale it so that the fingers bend just a little bit, like that. Yeah, there we go. And that thumb needs to come out. I'm just trying to, because I'm trying to pay attention to the body, but her torso is so different in this old one that I don't know if I can even do it faithfully. And for whatever reason, something weird is happening to her torso when I twist it like this. That shouldn't be happening. I don't know what. That wasn't happening yesterday. Because something is pulling part of her torso back. That wasn't happening yesterday. I'll have to, well, I don't have time to do that now. I'll have to investigate that later. I'm streaming past your bedtime. Well, too bad. I'm sorry. Because I don't want to stream past my bedtime, so I have to do this. What the hell? They can do the words, but together it makes no sense. Well, yeah. Animation is like that. So I'm just looking at the old model in my other window, just to kind of compare the placement of everything. But the bone, it's a bit different, because it's not as advanced, the old rig. It's similar, but there's a lot of differences still. I think this should do. Let's get to the next one. So I'll turn off some of these adjustment layers. So the next pose that's important is where her foot sort of like makes contact with the ground. This one. So this was the one I had currently, and the one on the new model looks kind of similar, but you can see that there's some differences. Actually, this isn't bad. I'll just make some adjustments. It's actually like the rotation of the hips is actually, maybe I can keep, but I don't know if that's too much. Let me compare. Yeah, it's just, we gotta just loosen it a little. And then our arm comes down a bit more. And yeah, because of the, you know, hold on. I'll just turn off the suit so we can just see you can see instantly, like the silhouette. I don't know if I can just show you the silhouette. We go flat shading. You can see instantly the legs. You can see the bend in the legs in this one, and yeah, like look at that. Like it looks so weird when you look at the silhouette. This is a bit better. This is still not great, but it's better. I'll need to adjust the leg and maybe the arm. And the torso needs to lean more to the side. And the head needs to be different. But you see the leg is just so much more like, normal. Some of that is the tail. Some of that's shape. And you look at it from the side. Actually, this view is actually really cool. To show you like the difference between them. Looking at it in silhouette mode. Or flat shading mode, as it's meant to be called. Do Australian calendars use year, month, day? I don't think they do. I think it's day, month, year. But I do my own thing. What's this message? Mikkel kills zombies. I'm sure he does. It says, I know you're saying speed of the animation shouldn't matter in comparison to sprint speed. You want a good foundation though. Well, yeah, that's what I said, I think. And it's to the posing. It's all in the posing. I think that is true for just animation in general, but it is especially true for anime. Like anime that's what it is. Like the entire style is just cool posing. Like the characters are drawn in such a way where it's to make unrealistic but sick poses. So let's see. I'm just sort of like making sure the torso is sort of in the, because it has to sort of lean to the sides. It can't stay in the middle. It's going to look weird. And this leg, I think maybe it's okay. Maybe it needs to come down a little. Like that. I just think that the thigh should sort of be in a line with her torso. But there's a bit more to it. That should come up a bit higher, I think. Oh, maybe not, actually. Maybe just a little bit. And then those hands. Can I like clear the keys on these? And just, we'll make them sort of like on the other keyframe, but I'll just relax them a little bit. Alright, we'll do the next one, which I believe, yeah. So this one, I think I'm leaning forward too much, big time, which is why her back looks so stiff. And I can see in the old one, I haven't really done that as much. So we'll, and I think here the torso has to be higher. I don't like where I put her hands in this old one though, so I'm gonna just sort of make up something. And the entire like the everything on the torso is sort of strange. So I'll just move it. Nick Graphics. That is a... Oh my god, please tell me that's your real surname. That's such a cool surname. Nick Graphics. That is such a cool name. I would so love to introduce myself to someone and like they go, and who are you? And I say graphics. Nick Graphics. Oh, unfortunately though, you have that name, not me. So I can't say that. But he says the new model genuinely looks drawn. Whoa. Fantastic. That's the exact reaction I'm trying to get. That's the exact reaction I want. Thank you. But I'm hoping that not just Nick Graphics, but the entire world says that too. That's the goal. So thanks, Mr. Graphics. I would trust you are an authority on graphics based on your family history. So if Mr. Graphics from the Graphics family is telling me that this graphics looks hand-drawn, then it is okay, like we can't argue. Mr. Graphics said, so it is. What are you gonna argue? with the entire graphics family dynasty? I think not. I think not. I think we should all trust Mr. Graphics. He probably knows a thing or two about those graphic things, you know what I'm saying? Bro is the graphics, indeed. In fact, yes. What the hell? Hold on, TRF. What are you talking about? I'm just seeing a bunch of messages and I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay. I used to do Minecraft GFX. I have no idea what that is. Oh, so that's how you got your name. People put that stuff behind their names. Okay. I don't know what that means, but that's a cool backstory. I don't know, it's gonna shock everyone too, but I've never played Minecraft. Actually, no, I did try it once. I tried it once and I was like, that's not for me. But no, I was never a part. I was culturally excluded from Minecraft as well, by my own choice. So I don't know any of the... All I know is, I know Minecon. That's like all I kind of have paid attention to with Minecraft, is just like the sorts of people that you see at Minecon. And that's really kind of it, I guess. And that it was like made by Notch, who got like really depressed after he sold the company. That's sort of all I know. But that's not really anything to do with the game, that's just like the stuff around the game, I guess. Cal says, I wouldn't be surprised if Ray just said, this may surprise you, but I don't actually like video games. I think I actually have said that, though. I do remember I have said that, and it's true. I'm a little over them. I'm gonna be real with you. Because everyone keeps telling me to try new games, but I don't find any of them, like, captivating. And it's kind of like, I'm kind of just had enough. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the only game I care about is my game. And that's the only game I think about all the time. So maybe that could be why. But like whenever I am playing a game, I'm not really playing it, I'm just analyzing it. I can't even really enjoy games now. Like what was I was playing something. I was playing Sonic Unleashed yesterday. Because you know all that camera programming I was doing? I was showing you guys this on the stream yesterday, where I was programming the game's camera to act a bit better, and I was opening up Sonic Unleashed, and most people, when they open that game, they go play some levels and progress the story. But you know what I did? I opened up like the hub world, and I just ran Sonic in a circle for 10 minutes to see what the camera would do. And I was like moving him around, and I was like trying to see if how the camera auto does it. Like when he moves backwards, does the camera try to move out of the way? And when you try to clip it into a pot plant, what does it do? That's how I engage with games now. It's literally just research, and I'm looking at it like, huh, how does this behave? How does this work? But that's why I'll never finish that game. Because I can literally spend like a whole hour just studying its camera or something. And I was going into like the little level stages where the camera is a bit further out, and there's certain sections where the camera will like move and focus on an object, and I'm like, oh, I wonder how they do that. How do they make the camera stay locked in place in this volume, and where are the volumes? And I was like trying to feel out where the camera volumes were. So I know that doesn't sound very fun, but that's, yeah, I guess, I don't know. That's probably, I don't know, that's kind of the only thing I find interesting, but I can't just enjoy them now. Because I see all of like the witchcraft behind it, and it's like, oh, I see the magic trick now. So games are only really fun to me in the sense that it's like, oh, they pulled this cool trick in this game. Could I do an equally cool trick in my game? Of like some technique, some detail that I think is really cool in something. But as for the entire game as a whole, I have a tough time. I'm trying to remember the last game I don't know if I can remember like the last game I just played normally. It was probably, oh no, it was probably like Baldur's Gate, but that's like for a completely different reason. That's like the only game I play somewhat, I need to play it more. It's the only game I play somewhat regularly that I'm not doing that to, because I've got a friend that's doing the campaign with me, and in that case, I kind of just enjoy hanging out with him and not the actual game. I just think, like, you know, because he's a fun dude, and it's really more of a social thing. But it isn't like I wouldn't play it alone. So yeah. So maybe I am not really that big a gamer anymore. I don't know. Oh hey, Lost VR. You've never seen me live. Cool, I guess. Well, that's great. I hope everyone guesses that it's cool. Did I try Hollow Knight? No. Well, that's the thing, is that I don't really want to try things either, because I'm just kind of had enough, you know. Like I'm because whenever I get into a new thing, I don't casually get into something. If I'm into something, I'm really into it, and if it doesn't strike me as something I'll really get into straight away, then I know it's not really gonna be worth it. So there's very rarely something will come across and it like really captures me, and it's like, oh, this is like, I think the last game I played that did that wasn't some social multiplayer game was probably Last of Us. Like that game I could actually play normally without dissecting everything, and that was like, what, 5 years ago or something now. It was a while back. And I could tell I don't know, it was one of those things where I could see straight away, it's like, I think I'm gonna think the time I put into this was worth it at the end. But for most other things out there, even if it's popular, I don't have that feeling. I don't know what it is. But yeah, like, because I've heard of Hollow Knight, everyone talks about Hollow Knight, but I look at it and it just doesn't look appealing. I know it's popular, but I don't think, it just doesn't seem like my kind of, I don't know, it doesn't grab my attention straight away. There's nothing about it that jumps out at me as like, I really want to play it, sort of thing. It's probably the genre, it could be it. Or the fact that like everyone's trying to copy it. I find that as well, if there's some game that everyone tries to imitate, I just kind of, for whatever reason, find it less appealing as well. I don't know why. Right. So I'm just trying to, I think that on her old animation, the torso does this weird thing where it bends like unnaturally. So I can't really imitate that full. So we'll probably leave it. So that's the comparison between the old and the new there. So I don't know, maybe hopefully this is enough poses to like get an approximation of what this will end up like. So if I take these, copy, paste, flipped, okay, not quite like that. I need to have all of the adjustments and everything on. But yeah, I guess when you become a dev, I don't know, you just sort of lose interest in you interact with the medium differently at that point. Oh, what's going on? Something's moving. Because yeah, to me it's just work. Like it's not like a hobby really. This is actually shorter. The animation is shorter. That's interesting. Oh, wait, I know why. I've timed this a bit wrong. So this needs to be at frame 12. Oh. Timing is wrong. And there's weird interpolation happening. And then I take the rest of this, paste flipped. Okay. So now we've got this instead, which there's something about it that from the front and back that is just not right. It doesn't look like she's shifting her weight around enough. Like, I'm trying to compare it to the old one. And it needs to be sped up. So we'll make it 12 frames. Oh, okay, maybe not that much. Well, the old one was 12 frames. Oh, but it was at a different frame rate. Make it 18 frames. That's better. There's just something, it's about the head and the torso. It's like the head is staying low. It should come up more between, it should be in the air more. It's sort of going up, up, up like that. But it should be up and go like this. But it's going like down, up, down, up, down, up, down. It's doing that, and it's distracting. So I'll have to make some tweaks. It's like, yeah, it's because on these first two it stays down a lot. Here it needs to go up. The torso needs to be higher. So it goes, and then here it goes back very quick. I think here maybe it needs to like lean forward a bit. Better. Now it's sort of oscillating more. That's better. The hips and well, I haven't moved the tail, so I'm trying to block out the tail from my vision because I haven't focused on that at all. But I think it's this front. Yeah, there's something about this front profile that's throwing me off. It looks like she's running uphill. You know, does that make sense? It's like she's running uphill. I think the hips need to move. The hips stay too still. So let's adjust this then. Because if I look at what happens to her hips, here they have to be moving out to the side more. So let me just freeze the torso only. Maybe they need to, because I have her hips rotate in the old version. They do like this. So she's really leaping from leg to leg. Because if she doesn't do that, it's going to look strange. So we've got to add some rotation. So I'm just looking at the old, yeah, so this one has a bit of rotation. But it stays a bit stiff between two of these frames, which is probably what makes it look strange. And then when she's descending, there's still some of that in, but it starts to kind of tilt like this way. So that she's really sort of bouncing. Whereas here, you see it's just too rigid. It looks like someone walking in place, trying to imitate running. Not someone who's actually in motion. So let's look at that middle one. It's all in the hips. Yeah, this has a little bit of rotation in the old version. But I think I should leave it alone on this frame. But maybe tilt the body that way. Because she then has to leap ahead to the other side. And there needs to be some movement. So here, I gotta take some other parts of her body and move them. Yeah, you see? I don't know if you can see, but just from the silhouette, Or maybe, wait, which way should it go? Well, she's pushing off with that leg. So I think it should be this way. Yep. So let's move it just a little bit that way. Because there's a center of, and then here. It has to sort of move over. And then really, and then here she starts to push away. And then there it's gonna flip. So we'll see how that looks. I think that this needs to come more sideways on this one. So I'm just trying to fix the silhouette up. And then here, I don't know if that's right. Here it might need just a bit of movement. Or not, I don't know. It's a tough one. Because she has to like lift her hips up for that leg. So that has to twist a little. And then she's gonna start pushing herself the other way. So now if I take these again, copy, paste flipped. Yeah, you see now she sort of, there's still something though, there's still something. It's like the arms. And it does look a little, something about it does look a little strange as well. But it looks like there's force. There's a sense of force, but I think I've overdone it a little. She's moving way too much to the side. So let's tone it down here. I've gone a little overboard. Little overboard. Here. Just to keep it a bit more centered so that the head isn't, because she wouldn't move her head that much. Why is it not copying everything? There we go. The arms though, they're too like this. That's something else that's throwing me off. Maybe they need to be straightened more in some of these frames. Yeah, the arms are a little too, the stride is a little too wide on the arms. Because yeah, this is one of these animations. This is one of the reasons this is a very hard one too, is that you see this all the time. So you have a lot of time to notice flaws, even as a player, because you're going to be watching this animation a lot. It's like probably the one that'll play the most often is this. So there's something about the arms that is like kind of, I mean, they need to sort of come in a bit. Yeah, that fist is not, it's not doing so well. Yeah, stompy, it does. When you get that stuff wrong, that's what it looks stompy. I don't want it. The old one looked stompy as well, like the one from this morning. Her test one, it looked stompy as well, which is, I'm trying to eliminate that. And there's the shoulders here look a little stiff. Because I also have to think about the appeal of each pose. It's just like the placement. I don't know. Because when you look at it from this, yeah, that's too narrow. Because it needs to stick out in the silhouette. But the angle of, maybe it's the elbow angle. Oh, here, and this, yeah, this comes out too much. This should start going in like that. And this shoulder is, oh, I didn't even pay attention to this shoulder. This is all wrong here. Yeah, it does look a bit awkward. All right. I think it might be a bit better. And the legs can't come apart too much either. It's gonna look weird otherwise. So I think here, this could come in a bit more. All right, let's try that. It's still a little stompy. It is still a little stompy. And the arms, they look like they're coming up a little too high as well. It's weird because I've done like a lot of the same poses as the old one, but it comes off very different. I mean, it's better. It's better, but it comes off very different still. The leg, it's the legs. Something about the legs. The legs look slow. They look fine from here, but from the front and the back, they look slow. It's something, yeah, hold on. I can figure this out. It's sort of like this, I don't know what it is, but it's just like this has to sort of come back a bit. And this has to come like forward. Oh, I've done, hold on, what have I done here? Ah, wrong key. I'll adjust this a little because the arms, I think the arms do come up a little high. They need to be a bit straighter. No. It's sort of like the way the hips here, they react too quickly. They shouldn't be coming over fully this side yet. They should still be leaning like this. It should still be leaning here. And then this should be a little less intense on this side. The hips should follow through, not follow. Well, like, you know what I mean. So now she's like jumping and then she's gonna like then push herself over to the other side. So the hips have a bit of delay on them. That's better. Yeah, this is a bit better. Yeah, it's better. It's a little less stompy now, but it's something about the feet is still... I don't know what it is. Because again, it probably would help with more in-betweens, but I want to just get key poses only at the moment. It has to look good with key poses, and it doesn't. But it's something, the head is moving a little too much as well. And what I might do to kind of help it, because the distribution of frames is kind of throwing me off a bit. So I might move some of these a little closer together. I don't know if that'll help. Actually, yeah, when I do that, I can kind of see it better, what's meant to happen. But the head movement here is way too much. So let's fix that. On frame 2 here, this is too much. And here feels a bit wrong too. It's a bit more stable now. Like that, yeah. And there's something else that's... The body does look a little stiff. I don't know if that's just the tail. Let me block the tail out, because I'm just ignoring the tail at the moment. That's not terrible. I wonder how this will look in game. I'm curious, because I'll notice more things when I see it in the engine. But this is an improvement. Make no mistake, this is an improvement. I just don't know why the torso here is glitching out. That was not happening yesterday. Something is like pulling her chest the wrong way. I have a game theory. Oh, I have a bad feeling. I just want to test something real quick. If I change this to this. Okay. Oh no, that's her hair. Where's her body? Oh, there is something. So alright, future race problem. It's gonna take too long to explain. But when I said the rig was finished yesterday, I was wrong. Let's just put it at that. There's a parenting problem with the proxy rig, but that's gonna take like an hour to explain that. So we'll just move on. But that's something I'm aware of. I'm now aware of that because it's using this proxy rig I made. But that's a bit of a long story, that one. So you can watch yesterday's stream if you want more context of why it's doing that, why there's two rigs. So how many frames? To 18 frames. Let's export this out. Should be, yeah, a Gabi run, I think I called it. Alright, let's open up Unreal. Rig got finished, shocker. Well look, okay, that's a slight oversight. Apart from that one issue, it is finished. The head bobbing is best when more subtle. Yeah, well the thing is that the old run has a lot of bob, but it looks cool on the old one. So there's a way to go about it. I guess we'll find out. Bro is making an anime catgirl video game without liking catgirls anime or video games. Pretty much, yeah. Well, I think part of what it is that I don't like any existing anime or existing video games. So I'm the guy that's making the one that I want. And that's yeah. If I did like those things, I would be satisfied probably, and I wouldn't need to make a new thing because it would exist. So I don't know, maybe that's part of what that is. I'm just dissatisfied. I look at what's out there and it's like, I want something like this, and there's nothing out there like it. It's like, well, I'll do it myself. That's that's a good motivator. Because yeah, there's some games I see out there that do a few things right, but then they do a lot of stuff I don't like, and it's like, I would so love if they had just changed this thing. And it's like, well, I'll do it. This development is unreal. Ha! Good one. Good. That's a good joke. So I've quarantined these new animations in this folder for the time being, but they're not going to stay organized this way, don't worry. Oh wait, no, the run is in here already. I just need to re-import it. Where are you? Re-import. Oh no, maybe it isn't. I did name it. No, I did name it that. Or did I? Did that actually... Hold on, did that re-import? Oh yeah, there it... Yeah, it's the... Okay, it did. It just looks similar in the thumbnail. Yeah, the timing is crap. The timing is all wrong. But the posing, I don't know, it's hard to judge it. It is more like the old one though. I can see in the torso movement it is more like the old one. It's actually remarkably similar. It's just the rhythm and timing is all wrong. And we do have a few less keyframes too, so that could be it. So I'm just gonna just to see. I'm going to just even these back out again. So I'm gonna move that a keyframe over so it's even. So I've just evened out the keyframes a little bit. Yeah, it does look... The head is it's still a bit much, but it does look remarkably more like the old run than what we previously had. What if, just to kind of try to make it match a bit more, if I sped it up a little. It's just the hips. The hips look a little stiff. From the side, it's okay. I think the legs are like the horizontal movement of the legs is a little stiff as well, because there's all this movement in the upper and the lower body doesn't look like it's moving enough. Maybe that's a good thing though. It does look a little stompy from the front. Like the head movement is not right still. There's one thing we can try. We go to the war room, and I change this to the run we've just put in. We can have that as the wall run as well. And I could try to add... I think there should be code in here that lets me tilt her character model. I don't know if it's going to tilt it the right way, because I've changed the orientation of the mesh somewhat. But if I go surface lean intensity and turn that up, it's going to rotate her away from the wall. Okay, no, it tilts her the wrong axis. I gotta modify that then. I just want to see a preview of what that would look like. Let's see where this is, because it uses this somewhere. Oh, maybe it's where does this derive? It might come from further up the chain. Yeah, here we go. Find references. So I got to apply this to a different, not to the X, but I think the roll. There we go. So now she should lean a little away. Yeah, there we go. So that is like a potential of what it could look. Oh, it's not. Gabi, you're stuck. It doesn't rotate her back. No. Let's... I know there's a thing for that, I could swear. Set world rotation. Update. Why does it not rotate it back? Huh. Because that's really irritating, because I want to be able to play around with it and see how it feels, but I can't do it if she doesn't rotate back. Is there any more of these nodes? Oh, there's 2 of these. Aha! Maybe it's here. Yeah, there we go. Now she tilts back. So that's when I add like tilt to the character, I can make it... That's sort of how it can look. I don't know if that's how I want it to look, but that's a, you know... Try to imagine the run looking a little better, and that could be what we're in for. Let's try it in a stage. From the game POV, their hands look like they're swinging in reverse. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know, I'm still not quite sure. Well, this is like, this is my first time seeing it like this, so... Might take me a while to come to a conclusion here. But I do like, I think this is already better than the wall run from yesterday, this run. Even though it's not made for a wall run, but just having the normal run tilted seems to work better. I don't know. It looks less like the confident dad walking upstairs look that we had yesterday. Oh, I keep this level has weird collision issues, I've noticed. I need way bigger walls. I have to keep jumping all the time. I didn't realize how short these walls were. Or I'm just going so fast. One of the two. Let's try another level. Did we decide? No, not really. I still need to let it sit. I still need to, but this is like a step to something that might tilt my opinion. Trying just the we've done a bit of touching up on the run, the normal run, and I'm just trying to see how that looks as a wall run as well. But I don't know. It's I mean, it's better. It helps the run's case, but I don't know if it's gonna win it. Oh wait, there's something else that's missing. Hold on. There's another tilt that's meant to happen. Lean intensity. I think this was also rotating the wrong way before, but it should add a bit of tilt. Oh, that's too much. Led to too little. That's a little too much as well. Maybe 4. So just so that she has a bit of tilt when she turns. I'm probably not going to do it like that, like for the final version though. I want to do something a bit better than just rotating the mesh for because I want to have an actual, like, the posture to lean properly and stuff. But that's just to approximate the general basics of it in a quick and iterative way here. So that's what we look like when we turn, with this sort of, if she leans into the turn a bit. I wonder how it looks if I try to transition from the other animations. I'm curious how that ends up looking, because we haven't looked at that. Because I do have the other jog and the walk that it'll try to blend with. Is my controller gonna turn on? I don't think so. I think my controller is not gonna. Nope. Power cable. Because I can only do this with analog input, what I'm about to do. Is this gonna plug in? Hold on. Just reaching. USB ports, am I right? Okay. Let's plug the Xbox in. The Xbox controller, sorry, not the Xbox, the console. I don't like it. Yeah, no, I'm not liking the blending between the jog and this. It feels weird. The blending is weird. Yeah, it's very strange. I think the jog, I might have to modify this a little bit as well to match. Because it does look a little strange as well, now that I look at it. I want to speed it up a little more, just to see. do 1.4. That's a bit nicer. Need to see it in a level. Because yeah, this transition from standing to running does look a bit stompy looking, which isn't good. I think it could be the run that's making it look like that partially, because it transitions through those to get to the run. But yeah, it is shaping up better than the run is shaping up better. It's just it's not fully there. Like it's posing wise, I don't know what it is, but there's something it has to be right on just the keys, and then we can add the in-betweens. Because there's a few extra frames I would add, but it needs to look good before that point. Because if we try to make it pretty by adding more stuff, it's not the way. It has to look good with less first before it can look good with more. And it's close. So this is, yeah, now that it's sped up a bit more, that's what the that's what the war run might look like. Oh, let me just clear out these enemies, and we'll go for a little jog on the walls here. Can I go? Oh yeah, I just want to go this wall. That's what it could look like. Oh, I can't war it on this. I guess I must have marked this as... Okay, I can war on these. Seems to be glitching out a little on the corners. It's trying to alert between some other pose. I see what it's trying to do. I guess that wasn't a problem with blending, but now that we don't have blending, that's probably always been a problem that I just didn't notice. I'm just trying to see how it looks when we do other actions and we land back into the run. I want to just sort of see how that feels. Because you're going to be doing this a lot. I'm going to be jumping and then running. I want to go back to the other side of the map. Oh. So yeah, it's just a tough one because it's just the run is like the animation that is like always there. So it's really there's a lot of information too. Like it's only like a few frames long, but it's a very dynamic one. So it's like you really there's a lot to pay attention to that I'm just trying to absorb. Okay, let's go back to like a big area. To just run around. So I'm just going to go out of bounds here. No distraction. I'm just going to look and just sort of get a feel for it. The run up and slide. Run up to speed and... Wait, hold on. I still feel the run up to speed and slide. I don't know what you mean. Do I have plans to release on consoles? Like it's a bit complicated, that stuff. I can't say, but it's not really up to me. I don't know if anyone here knows how console porting works, but you don't just suddenly go, oh, I'm going to release this on Xbox. Like it's not really how it goes. It's a bit of a process, but it's something I might look at someday. But at the moment, my priority is this run. With the shading, like with like the normals and stuff on it, it does look pretty good. Like I'm just looking at the way her hair and her back is lit, and I do dig it. It's just, yeah, the shoulders, I think I'm seeing it now. The shoulder movement is very out. It's very extra compared to the hips, so it's throwing me off. So I might need to tone down the shoulder movement. And the head seems to, I don't know how we would do this with the animation style I'm going for, but there's like not enough follow through. It's like the head needs to lag behind the shoulders, which needs to lag behind the hips, and that's not happening. That's why it looks stiff. I'm just trying to think of a way to do that, not because the normal way I do it, I can't do here because of the style, where I'd use curves, but we can't do that in this case. So I have to somehow manually pose it so that that follow through is there in the poses and not just with mathematics, not with like, you know, curves and stuff. So I'm just trying to work out in my head how I do that. Well, hey, if a traditional animator can figure it out, then it's possible. So I'll have to like hand do the poses so that the follow through on like the, well, that would probably be, yeah, so I might need more in-betweens for that to be more noticeable. The in-betweens would communicate more of the easing in and out of these features. Because, yeah, you see how the head, it looks like it's like copying the position of her hips. But it shouldn't, it should lag behind it a little. And the hips don't really look like they're moving all that much either. Well, yeah, what needs to happen is the hips need more sort of side-to-side movement, but the head needs to kind of, it doesn't follow exactly the hips, it has to lag behind the hips. And the head is moving side-to-side quite a bit, so I want to like ease that out a little there and then add more of it to the hips. And yeah, when I go uphill here, it's trying to ease it with the other run animation, this one. I do like the transition. I like the transition between the walk and the jog. I do like that because it tries to like do it, and it's I don't mind it. It's just when we go from the jog to the run, I don't like it as much. Like this. I don't know, there's something about it that's weird. Like your head is moving around so much, like it looks like it's glitching. And her hips too. Because yeah, on the run, one thing I did get right is the shoulders here. The shoulders on this one are more steady. And the movement of the torso is like more what I want. But here it's very, that's why the blending looks so weird, because it just changes completely. Yeah, this is like trying to do it halfway, and you can see the amount, her upper body is just struggling. Yeah, you can see it. And then if I go fully into the run, oh, why does it slow down when I go down when I go downhill? That's not meant to happen. Yeah, it's meant to go fast. If I go down this one, yeah, it sort of goes faster here. Let's look at it from, I think the side profile is fine. I like the side, apart from the tail, but the rest of the body, I like the side profile of this. And from this angle, it's kind of cool as well. But here it's a bit strange. Yeah, I think it's the shoulder. You can see it in the shoulders that they're over twisting from this view. You can see it. Like her arm is reaching so far across. It's going like over here, which is the shoulder. It shouldn't be doing it that much. So we gotta tell our arms to just relax a little bit. So that's why it also looks worse from the back too. What about from the top? Because I've noticed that a lot of the time from the top you can kind of tell some stuff is visible from, and I can see her hips. Her hips, you see how her hips look like their body looks like it's tilting like this when we look at it from the top, and her hips look like they're not moving. So that's another thing I need to watch out for there, because the hips should move forward and backwards a little bit. They shouldn't. You see how their hips, when I look at it from here, it looks like they're not moving. And you can see the arm kind of over-correcting there. You see the arm is going... It's like it's punching the air. You see her fist. And it looks like her hips have been nailed into place, and she's trying to... It's like someone's yanked her tail or something. Like someone's pulling on her tail. And her hips can't move, but the rest of her body can, and it looks like it's trying to break free from it. But from the side it's okay, but it's just from the top here, that's what it looks like. And then a little bit from this side too. If we slow this down to this animation, you can see the hips move a bit more. You see how the hips pop back and forward? They go like back, forward, and you see it from the top too. That's how it should look. Hold on, let's get... I gotta like tilt the joystick at a precise angle to get that at it. Yeah, you see here the hips, they like move backwards and forwards. They don't stay completely still. Especially from this angle, you can see it. You can see that little piece of armor right above her tail. That's what I'm looking at, and you can see that it doesn't. Where here it stays still too much, like it's pivoting around her tail almost. Whereas here it's like it's actually reacting to what her feet are doing. So that's important. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else I notice. I think that's all I'm really picking up on there. Maybe those things will make a big difference. But this is definitely a big improvement to what we had at the beginning of the day, that's for sure. Like when I blur my eyes, if you blur your eyes and just look away from it, it's like shaping up more. I like the silhouette of the arms as they go next to her and they come up. I like that. I'm just gonna blur my eyes and just look at it. It's just the head and shoulders and the hips. How does it look in this one? This one, I think we could add some lean to this run too, but I don't know if I want to work on that one today. I think I just want to focus on this one. And then, like, of course, when we add, like, hair, the hair blowing, if we add some movement to the hair, it would look better as well. Which, do I want to do that today? I don't know. I don't know if I want to go that far. Alright, let's see if I can adjust it a bit, because this is like a tough one. The more I can get of this one, the better every animation will... Because it all has to kind of revolve around that one. Like, I won't close Unreal, I'll just save all my changes. Gabi trying to find a zinger box. Maybe I should make one and just hide it in the level somewhere. From the side of the jog reminds me of a mom on a workout routine. That's oddly specific. Oh, Cocos. Oh, thanks. I don't think the transitions look that seamless, but I'm glad you think so. I think they could be better. But yeah, we did make a slower run. But the way that it transitions to the... I like the walk. The transition from that to this I like. But from here to the full run, it's struggling. It's struggling. So like look at that. You know what noise? You know the noise I picture in my head when I see... No, hold on. Because I gotta tilt the joystick at the right angle. When I see this, all that clattering I'm just picturing like the spooky skeleton sound effect. Like, you know that sound that they do in cartoons when there's a skeleton? Or like the sound when you play as a skeleton in Lego Star Wars and you fall off something? It's like this, I don't know what instrument. They use like a musical instrument to make the noise. But it's like this, I'm just hearing her bones just jingle about when I see this. I don't know the name of the sound. I don't know how to make the sound, but I know the sound in my head. And it's a xylophone. Yeah, that's the one. That kind of xylophone skeleton sound. That's what's playing in my head when I see that transition. And it's like, Gabi, you're spooking me. You're spooking me out a bit. So I think I can close some of this down. Some of this code. I just like fix the rotation axis on this. I can close all this. So I'll just get the folder back open so you can re-import it. I guess I'll close it just so my CPU doesn't explode. Jiggly bones, yeah, kind of like how a skeleton's... I don't know, skeletons, they're a bit, you know, I don't know if I'd use the word jiggly, but it kind of is. Oh, sorry, I just got something in my eye. Yeah, the Mr. Krabs walking sound, that's it. Yeah. I don't know how they make that sound, but... yeah, that sound. It does look like a bottle, yeah. Well, she landed on her toes. I don't think that's proper form. I don't think you would do that. That doesn't strike me as proper form. Your art direction is amazing. Thank you. I wouldn't say I have a lot of... I think it needs to be a bit better, but thanks. I'm trying. That's the you know what? Because I've had a lot of thoughts about... Let me get started adjusting this, and I've had some observations about art direction, and that I kind of wish I understood a bit earlier. Because what's interesting is... So let me just... Because then I look at this in Blender and it looks different. Like, I don't notice it in Blender, but I notice it in game. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know. But so let's do the shoulders first. But with art direction, because I've been trying to do a bit of a... One thing you've probably noticed is the lighting engine is a little different. I've kind of done a lot of tweaking to get rid of that Unreal default lighting look. Because before that point, if you look at some of the what's on the website on the Steam page, it's like older footage, and there's like a big difference between that and what I've got currently. And part of the reason is because like lighting and color choice and a lot of things, and post-processing too. One thing I've noticed is that this is one of the reasons, again, like another reason why I just do not follow the state of Unreal or whatever's going on with UE5, is that a lot of the tools that I see them do, they're sort of like shortcuts for art direction, and it always looks bad when I see people rely on it. So it's like, you know how like photorealistic game, because that's Unreal's bread and butter. So I'm not trying to critique photorealism in general. It's Unreal's bread and butter, but it ages worse a lot of the time. And part of the reason that is because a lot of it is not directed. It's just like, oh, let's use this to generate, like, let's use this algorithm to generate light instead of choosing it. And it comes back to artist intent, like Mr. Motomura says. With those tools, you get intent taken away. And that's a big difference between some of the screenshots on the Steam page and what I have at the moment. Is because a lot of the stuff we had in those was like, screen space reflections and all this PBR stuff, and it takes intentionality away. It calculates everything, and it doesn't. I think if I had left it like that, it would have aged very bad. So I've deliberately gone in and just removed stuff. I've removed reflections. I've removed Unreal's. The anti-aliasing is complete trash. So I've taken that off and put something else on. I've actually like downscaled the quality for some things too. Like, yeah, the anti-aliasing quality is actually a lot lower in the current version. but it's intentional. And I think when it's intentional, that's when you do it right. It's like when you play something and it's done on purpose, it's like, oh, this looks good when this person does it, but if someone else tried to do it on accident, it wouldn't look as good. And it's, yeah, the direct, because I guess art direction is in the name, in the word direction. It's like directing something to make a choice. And I think if you leave that up to Unreal's computational lighting or whatever, it's not really directing at that point. It's different. Maybe like to a degree, perhaps it still is, but I don't know. For my purposes anyway, it looked that's the default Unreal look, and that's because there's a reason why people don't like it, if you know what I mean. Like, there's a reason why people point, like, Unity has a similar look. Unity has a look as well, and that's why people kind of go, oh, this looks like a Unity game, and that's not a good thing. You don't want someone ever saying that about your game, that it looks like a Unity game or it looks like an Unreal game, because it sort of like ruins the, it's like, oh, this was not intentional, this is like has been left to the engine, and that's the look that it's going to give you. It's not chosen. So there's some, yeah, and I've noticed, like, when it comes to things like asset flips, what's really interesting when I first started looking into using licensed assets and stuff, because I do have a few in there, there's this weird stigma around asset use. I don't know if it's still the case, but at least like a few years ago, everyone was like out to hunt anyone that was using licensed assets, because it's like, it's what, you know, it's what Dreamworld does or whatever. But what I found is it's actually not the asset use, because you guys probably are smarter, but the general non-gaming, non-game developer public, or 14-year-olds more accurately, I've noticed that there's like the sentiment that like, oh, they reused the asset here, this is lazy and bad or whatever. But what they don't understand is a lot of their favorite games will do the same thing, but they hide it better through art direction. So what they're actually criticizing when people say something's an asset flip, because so is Assassin's Creed Valhalla, so is Crysis 2. You think they made all of that? You think they didn't use some licensed texture from somewhere? Of course they did. It saves time. It's just now it's more popular and there's more open source libraries that people know about now, like the Unity Asset Store. But before the Unity Asset Store, there was still, you know, Mario 64, I'm pretty sure, uses like stock textures. But no one complained about it there. The reason why is because Mario 64 was better directed. But if you have some random child that goes to the Unity marketplace and puts stuff together, they don't know how to direct it. So that's why, even though they're doing the same thing, like they're licensing stuff and whatever, it's nothing wrong with that. I think that's not really the criticism. It's the fact that it isn't cohesive and it isn't intentional enough, because they don't even know all the choices. And that's bad art direction. So I think that's really what the critique of that is. It has nothing to do with the asset use, or, oh, they're stealing it. Because I get that as well, where people think it's illegal, which is really, like, it's just silly. Like, oh no, they're not. There was some, I don't know, this was like a few years ago, but there was some like story of some lawsuit or whatever, where it was like, they used the same run animation as Assassin's Creed, or some story like that. But I guarantee you it was probably they just licensed the same stock animation, but one of them hit it better than the other, and or they did it first. It's like one of those two things. But it was probably like, I don't know, because you have to be a real moron to like deliberately try and copy like that kind of thing. Because a lot of the time it just, you know, that's just sort of, I find it's not because they're trying to like be illegal with it or whatever. It's just, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where that comes from exactly, that whole perception of like the Unity asset or the Unreal Marketplace is like stealing assets or whatever. But I have seen that before. I don't know if you've seen it, but I've seen it a lot. But a lot of the time it's nothing to do with the asset, it's art direction. So that's what I'm trying to pay attention to in my game anyway. And I don't think, when you look at the screenshots on Steam, a lot of when I look at it, I'm not too satisfied, because it looks a bit too unreal. So I've been trying to like reel that back a bit more deliberately. So I'm just twisting her shoulders a bit less here. Maybe if I straighten her back a little. That's a bit better, but this twist is a lot. I always have a tough time posing these shoulders, but this pose looks better. It's just that first one I'm not sure about. Or is that this? No, that's mirrored, I think. Ah. Why does it look good here? Oh, maybe it looked fine. Oh no, I think I want this one. I had that on the wrong keyframe. Yeah, I'm just a little worried here that it looks like a lot of twists, but you kind of can't not have twists there. So I don't really know. Maybe I just take this torso and twist it less like this. But I don't want it to look too rigid either. See, that to me looks a little too straight. I don't like that. I could try this, but that looks too straight as well. Yeah, I'm not vibing that. There needs to be a little, not too much. Like that, maybe that amount, or a little more. Actually, I want her to really lean into that stride. I think this, because I'm just looking at the stripes on her back. I'm liking that more. That's a bit too much, but if you see, yeah, it's a little different now. And then the hips I wanted to do something with. It's a bit hard to notice with the hips, because they do move from side to side. I think here they need to start. Or not, I don't know. So I'm just trying to like move the hips around more. That doesn't look right there. I'm trying to think which way this should tilt. We could do it this way. No, that doesn't look right. And then there's the forward and back movement. Because it doesn't... It should come forward more here. Like that. So she's like leaping forward, like that. So I don't know if that little difference, maybe, I don't know, we'll see. So you see how now it looks like she's pushing forward and then continuously pushing, like each leg is sort of launching her forward. When we move the hips like that, it seems to give me that look, which is good. Hopefully, I don't know if that'll be enough. Something's still here. It's the head and torso movement still feels a little too much. I'm trying to look at the old animation to compare. I can actually see a lot of problems with the old one now that I'm looking at this more, but it did look okay. Like the hips do not move at all, really. Why does one side of the body look weird? Oh, it's the custom normals. I still haven't worked out how to mirror them correctly. There's like a bug with the mirror modifier that has been reported 8 years ago, and the Blender devs, instead of fixing it, decided it was a feature. I'm not kidding. That's the actual. They actually pulled the "it's not a bug, it's a feature" thing, and they closed the. I checked their GitHub. It was like 8 years ago, and someone said, "Guys, when you use mirror modifier, it doesn't mirror the normals, custom normals." And they said, no, it's meant to do that. And they closed it. That's literally what they did. So I have fixed it before somehow, but I don't remember how I did it. But that's not a high priority at the moment. I can do that later. So that's the upper body. The upper body is weird. Could be the tilt. If I tilt this a little less. Here. On this frame they are tilted quite a bit. Even though... yeah, this should come up like this. Did that mirror? Hopefully. Well, yeah, now it's still moving, but it isn't as weird. There's something a little less weird about it now. Actually, yeah, I'm starting to like this more. But there is something I did notice just with the follow through and everything of the body that I'm trying to communicate with this view keyframe, because the plan is once this looks, I know how good this could look if I just get it right. If I can get this to look amazing with this many key poses, which can we even add more? I don't know. I think we can, yeah. Because this is sort of, because I've scaled it. That's why it looks like it's on 3s. Oh, hold on. It's just a bit tough with the run because the speed it needs to go at doesn't quite line up with the frame rate I'm animating at. So if I scale that back to what it was originally, I can go in every second frame and add like an in-between, and then I might just like speed it up in the engine. Because well, I don't know. I'll have to actually see how Guilty Gear does their runs, because their runs are very high frequency. Maybe they do them on 1s, which might be what we do here. But I don't think so, though. I don't see animation on 1s done very often. So I'll have to like think carefully. But at the moment, I'm just doing it at this rate. Because the Guilty Gear runs look interesting from memory. because this has to look good as an animation and match up with a movement speed in game, which is a challenge. But yeah, the hips, when I look at this from the top, it's a bit hard to notice, but the hips don't look as stiff anymore. But there is something a bit strange though. I don't know if the push should be coming a frame earlier. I think, yeah, something seems off about that push movement. I feel like... What's the coordinates? I think it's the Y or the X? The Y. So let me copy the Y coordinates and flip... Oh, can I copy that number? I'm just gonna copy these numbers. So I'm gonna copy that here. I think that should come a bit sooner, I want to say. And then I'll copy this number here. I don't know if that'll look good. I know, yeah, this looks a bit straight. I'm just trying to get, just bear with me. I'm just trying to get the general, because the hip movement feels like it's not happening at the right phase. Something, yeah, now I know the arms are glitching out, but I'm just looking at the legs and the hips only. That looks a bit better. Like the front and back movement lined up with the leg movement looks better here. Because when her leg is at its fullest extent, the push is happening straight away. Because before it was happening the frame after, which was throwing me off. So she pushes, then the hips sort of come back to the middle. Actually, this is a bit wrong too. Yeah, something, they're a little in the wrong order here too. So I'll take the value from here, the Y value from here, and we'll put the X value. Yeah, this should move it back a little more. And then we'll take this value and put it here. So it leads a bit, it's forward, back, back, forward, back, back, forward, back, back. That's sort of the hip movement. See, that looks a bit better because it was doing like this before, but now it should go this way, like that. So if we try that now with like everything, well, I might have to adjust the hand position. Yeah, I have to adjust this a little bit to compensate. And maybe the foot as well. Just gonna adjust it a little bit. And then yeah, the hands, because they're on IKs, so I have to just adjust them like that. This one looks okay though, unless I did this. Maybe that's okay. What was it before? They're both good, both up. Maybe I'll do in between these two. So we look at that in motion now with that hip adjustment. Oh, why did it not copy everything? Paste flipped. There we go. So now, yeah, the rhythm is a bit better now. Looks like she's leaping ahead, especially when you look at from this camera. You can see it. From the top, looks better. Yeah, you see the hips, they're not like fixed in a fixed point now. That's what I'm talking about. And you see the hips sort of hop between the legs. Let's try that in game. I think this might make a big difference, these little changes. So I'm just gonna, oh, where I've lost the rig. Oh, there it is. Let's re-import it, have a look. Seam skulls. Am I pronouncing that? No, I'm not pronouncing that right. Seam U skulls. It's like saying a sound was copied from Doom. Well, that does happen a lot, actually. Especially with sound. Of how much care you're putting into the game it shows. Thank you. Well, I hope it shows everywhere. It's weird, because there's so... When I was, like, younger, when I was trying to, like, meet other game devs, it was, like, kind of shocking the amount of effort they wouldn't put in. Like, there was, I don't know if it's just an Australia thing, but yeah, that does terrify me a lot, that kind of she'll be right attitude, it's good enough attitude. I hate it. So I know to those people I probably look like crazy for daring to, God forbid, put effort in, but I'm glad it goes appreciated somewhere. But yeah, in this country, it's so, in Australia, man, my three least favorite words, she'll be right. It won't. She'll never be right. People, I don't know why people think she'll be right. It's never how it is. She's only right if you just ignore, if you're ignorant. And you just tune it out, but you don't want that. Oh, did that re-import? But with sound, why did that, no! It didn't re-import, no! Oh, it's probably because I had the, hold on, let's try that again. Maybe I didn't have the right skeleton on. Let's try you again, shall we? No, why is... Okay, now it's working. Let's try that now. Oh, oh! I see an improvement. It's still a little... The back is still is a bit rigid now. The shoulders are a bit rigid now, but it's better than them being moving too much, I guess. But it looks a bit more balanced. And I think maybe the legs could come out and arc a little bit too. They do, it looks like she might chafe there. Like the legs are very close together, so maybe I'll spread them out a bit. Like have them, instead of going parallel movement like that, they sort of go like this, where they go out, back, instead of completely straight. Like just going out a little. I think I want a bit of that. But this is a lot better. All those little details changing is done something. But on the side, it looks a little stiff now. It didn't used to look as because the back looks like it sort of pops on one of these frames. So I have to watch her back arcing here. It looks like the back is like a pool noodle that's bending back and forth, which I'm not really a fan of. So I have to keep her back straighter. And yeah, I can see a little bit of that from the, but if we look at it from the top, the hips, you see the hips don't look stuck now. But yeah, the middle torso area is a bit not good. It's a little uncomfortable to look at. And the feet need to kind of come out more. And I think the hands at the front could come up a bit higher, like that. But you see her weight, you can see her weight shifting now, because of that little tilt I did on the hips. You can see that as she's going between her legs, her hips are leading into it. And that's great. And with that hip going, you see the hips come out, the hips leap out forward as she's pushing with her foot, which is great. And then they kind of come back as she's contracting back, and then they push forward again and contract back. But yeah, it's just the back, it goes from straight to arcing this way in like a frame, and it looks strange. And the arms, something about the arms has changed. I think they need to come up a bit higher, maybe. It's much better. Save that. Did I fix the wall run? Well, we're working on that by working on the run. So we're going around the wall run at the moment, but it will... My intuition tells me that I need to figure this out, and then the answer to the wall run will become clear. Is your rig called Root? It is. There's a reason for that. Well, because there's 2 rigs. It just don't ask about that, okay? There's a reason why there's 2, and one of them is called Root. There is a reason why I've done that, to get it to import properly, but to explain how I did it and why is going to take a little too long. That's like a whole lecture's worth of having to go through. So maybe another time. Feels very scoopy. I don't think I want... Oh, it's less scoopy now. Okay, good. Yeah, it's one of those game dev workarounds, you know, where it's like, this is such a weird way of working around, but it works. It's one of those things. So you just gotta trust me that that's there for a good reason, and it's named that for a reason. Maybe in the devlog I'll mention it. I don't know. It's a very boring technical reason though. And I shouldn't have to do it, but I have to, so. So let's make some more adjustments. I feel I haven't gotten tired of working on this one yet, which bodes well. Because usually after like an hour, I just get sick of it and go, oh, I can't see what's wrong now. But I haven't lost my sight here yet. So maybe I'll make just one more go over, and maybe we'll try something real quick for the end, like a quick improvement to one of the other animations. But that, I want this to sort of come up like this. No, it's too high actually. And there was something, it was the spine. It's the straight spine here it's not great. Thank you so much, Rugbug Redphone, oddly specific name, for subscribing at tier 1. Thanks so much. Rugbug Red, try saying that 5 times. Rugbug Red, my mouth cannot do that, I don't know. But thanks so much, man, for subscribing, for supporting the stream. You brought the run cycle home. What does that mean? What does that mean? Is that a good thing? Was the run cycle lost and did I go and grab it and bring it back home for supper? Is that what you mean? Because if that's the case, then hell yeah, I did. So yeah, I think I just had it lean back a little too far. Or maybe, I don't know, I'm trying to think, maybe her back should just be straighter in general, I wonder. Means I nailed it. Okay, that's good. I went out and hunted the run cycle down like a bounty hunter and I brought it home. I assassinated the run cycle. No. Thanks though. There's just something about... Let me turn the hair off so I can see what's happening. Oh, that's probably why it looks weird. Let's fix you up there. Yeah, the neck is the neck needs to be a bit straighter. Because I'm thinking Sporticus. What would Sporticus do? He would have a straight line. I did find a reference of him running normally, but it's so quick. Hold on, I have it open on my other window here somewhere. I didn't use this. I know that we've used a lot of Sporticus, but this one was a little too silly. But I did find a clip of Sporticus running, just not doing backflips for like 1 second. And it's literally, it's not even 1 second, it's half a second of him just running normally. And then it cuts to another. So that's how Sporticus's form is, and you can see that it is very straight. In fact, he arches his back a lot more than what I've got. But that, to me, I don't know, maybe for her jog we can get it to look more like this, because her jog is a bit bent. You see Sporticus's legs are very straight. But to me, this was a bit too upright for a sprint. But he's going so fast. Look at that, you can't even see his features. It's all motion blur. It's going so fast. And then, yeah, it cuts straight to him, like, doing more flips. But for half a second, we could see him run. Literally half a second. Look at him go. So yeah, that doesn't... I saw that and I was like, this is funny, but it's not... Maybe not, that's what I want. Although while we're on the subject of this, because there's another... In this video, he teaches you how to do jumping jacks. And I thought, because we need... You know how we were saying last week with the idle animations? Because we were trying to do the one where she's like stretching her arm. And I thought, maybe one of her ones, she starts doing jumping jacks. Like, you know, with the right way. This is the right way to do them, apparently. The jumping jacks. And then he does like extra stuff with his jumping jacks too. He does like cool moves with them. So he's teaching kids how to do it. And then he's like... He does it with like the one hand, and the kids are... They're struggling, but they're doing their best. But Sporticus is like, he's going like that with his arms. And it's like, that would actually not be... I don't think that would be that hard to make. Because it is just, like, the poses are... It's all symmetrical. It's very symmetrical. And the rhythm is very constant. And he makes it really easy to follow his pose. Because he literally... He does the pose very perfect. So... Hold on. I'll pause it. When he is in the middle, because he breaks it down each area. He's like, just for the legs you want them bent this way, and posing that is easy. And then he says for the arms you want them straight out like that. So he breaks it down into the different components and shows you how it's done. So it's like, oh, maybe I could follow this guide. So that's an idea that's been floating around. Just a fun little idol. Because Gabi, you know, she's always prepared. She's always ready for something. I'm trying to... No, I don't want to see the kids. I want to see Sporticus. Yeah, like this sort of move. Because it looks like an easy... It looks easy. It looks easier than push-ups anyway. So, that's an idea I've got on the stove. So I don't know, maybe we could do a bit of that if we get time today, maybe. I just want to like make some final touches here to my iteration of the run for today. Because yeah, this run is very much... Yeah, you see the neck goes there and then the torso goes here. It looks wrong going from up and then... Like the reason why this looked strange, I can draw it exactly why this looked strange. It looks strange because the back was going like that and the neck was like that. That's why it looked weird. But if we look at this now, you see what I'm saying. This is better form. It's like that, not like this. So I reckon maybe that was all I needed to do, but there's always something. I do think that maybe this part, I don't know if I want to say maybe bend this a little, but I don't know if that's going to look bad. No, you know what? Oh, you know what it is? Maybe the tweak bones. We'll whip out the tweak bones for this one. Because I think the shape of the back looks a little awkward. And I just want to make some adjustments. Like this. Just to have it sort of arc a bit more clean. And then the other half we'll just copy. I think I'll keep the arm. I'll keep the arm where it was, actually. That was okay. Alright. Is that all the bones? Let's try and mirror that now. I only made a few small changes, but it was kind of just the torso that was throwing me off, really, I think. And then like the arm place, I changed up the arm placement a little bit. Which actually, yeah, this, maybe I just did a bit more like that. And I just want to look at the back arm too. Go, yeah, we'll have that go up a little. All right. Frame 9, okay, so. Copy, paste flipped. Bit different, and then we copy, paste flipped all that. So this is just with blocking still. So we won't get to all the in-betweens today because I'm not in an in-betweens mood. And I want to do that once I have everything sort of blocked out. Because it has to be blocked out to a good enough degree that it is worth adding detail at just the basic pose, which I'm not happy with everything yet, and there's still stuff on that list we haven't even gotten to yet. The jump pose is one I still haven't quite worked out how I want for like when she's moving while jumping. There's a way that it has to look that I haven't quite nailed. All right, so let's export that out. Put it in engine. I think this will be for the run. I might call it there. What is this? Okay, no, I want to turn that off. I keep ticking the sunlight. I'm just trying to turn all the bones on and save it because I like to. What is that? Whenever I make a save, I like to just put things back the way I had them when I opened the document. I don't know if it's an OCD thing or not, but it's a thing I do. All right, that's how I want to. And then we'll change this back to the rest pose. So that when I start, there we go. So yeah, because I think if I have a feeling if I do any more on the run, I'm gonna start losing my sight for it. Did that re-import? Okay, I think it did. All right, it's a little better, but there's still, it's just the middle. It's like that, it's the apex frame that's sort of throwing it a bit off, and the arms come up a little higher. And I have the arm not going in her face so much, but I think the elbow needs to sort of come down a bit more. Yeah, the elbow sticks out a little too much to the side. But I'm liking this a lot more. And I've got some music in the background. You guys can't hear it. It's my it's music I can't broadcast. It's stuff I don't own the rights to. I've just been listening to the Ape Escape soundtrack. And it's actually matching with the rhythm quite well. So that's kind of neat. I don't know what music's playing on stream. Hopefully it matches too. Oh yeah, okay, one more little change, because I'll forget if I don't do it. I was going to modify the... it was the leg movement. There was something about the leg movement that was throwing me off. Oh. And I remember I was going to do something with having the legs sort of come, like, angle outwards. I totally forgot. I knew there was something else. Okay, I'm just gonna make one little tweak again, and then I think that's as much from the run I could muster. And we might try just getting a basics, starting on something else. So I just wanna... So for the legs here, right? Like have them sort of go out a bit more. and then have this sort of narrow a bit so it's more like a triangular shape, because it just looks cooler. It's not realistic, but it means that maybe, because if I have this knee going out a bit more, her armor will chafe a bit less. So I'm just going to copy the X coordinates. I don't know if that's too much. So I think on this frame the leg would have to bend a bit more straight. And then here, rotate a little. And then here it sort of has to go back near the middle of the body, and the other leg has to then come out more. Yeah. And then there was one other thing I was just gonna, yeah, the elbow was sort of sticking out a bit. Has to be like this. So yeah, now the legs it's a bit further apart. So when she puts her foot down, it comes out a bit. It's not staying directly down. I think I kind of like that more too. It looks like she's really sort of shifting her weight around and shooting ahead. So that, yeah, you see the legs sort of they go in like a triangle. They're sort of going like that rather than like this. They're sort of doing this. That's sort of what so that feels like the right move. At least I think it is. I might maybe it's overdone. I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe a little bit. Maybe I've over just on the outs, like here on this frame. I think I've gone maybe, because I'm just trying to picture it before I import it, and I think on this frame it's just a little bit over. So we'll bring it back. So a minor change, but yeah. If I look at it with the texture on, it sort of plays in slow motion here. We'll try that. Unless there was something else. Hold on, let me look at, because there was something else I remember noticing. Yeah, so there's one frame where her back is still a bit too straight. Here, or it's maybe it's the hips, maybe it's both. Just need to relax them a little. And if I use those tweak bones, just to kind of not break the arc shape here. That's a tough one. Because this part on the side of her body is what's making it obvious, because it looks like it teleports on some of these frames. I don't know if that's too much though, but we'll see. So you see, there's a oh, maybe I have overdone it a little. You see there's like a bit of a difference between here and here. You see how it's just a little different, like the shape. It's more. I see where it is. It's this little dude here. We got to take this back a little. There we go. And then maybe we can put you back. Yep. Maybe just a little. Yep. So if we compare, that's what I think I want here, whereas before it was sort of like this. It kind of does. No, I hold on. It's still a little, maybe it's this, maybe I need to bend this a little. Or this bit. I just need a bit of a bend. It's because it's because of this leg, the leg that's coming up. Or maybe I'm rotating it the wrong way. Maybe it has to be more like this. Because she has to like lift up that socket for her leg to bend up like that. Kind of like this. So I don't know. Because that changes quite a bit though, so I don't know if that's too much. Let's look at it from the back. Because yeah, the entire hips sort of move to be a bit more over that leg. I don't know, maybe it's good. I think I do kind of like it actually. Like if you look at sort of her geometry versus there, like the hip is twisting more into that leg. But it kind of moves, a lot of the tail and everything moves a bit. And so does something else has moved. That elbow is moved a bit. Or the entire torso is moved a bit. And it looks like on this one frame there's a little mistake there. Feels good. Cool. Never played Ape Escape. Well, me neither. I just think the soundtrack's cool. I know, it's another... It's... Oh, I know, I probably... Man, I probably gave you guys some hope there. It's like, oh, did Ray finally play... Has he finally played a game that is like... I don't know. I think it's like a classic game. I don't know. I haven't played it, so I don't know. But I just... Because on Spotify, they have the soundtrack. And, I've added some of the songs to one of my playlists. So I've got the Flower one going now. And I have played Flower. But if we go back a few tracks... Yeah, it was this track. On my... This is on my Windows Vista playlist that I've made. And I have like, how many? I have so many songs. I have 100 songs on this. And it's all stuff that reminds me of 2007. And I just, yeah, the Ape Escape 3 soundtrack's pretty cool. I've never played it. Most of the game soundtracks I have are from stuff I've never played, but it just sounds cool. So I've even, what else do I have in this? I've got the Terraria soundtrack. And I know kind of about Terraria, and it is not my kind of game at all. I have played Wii Sports. What else is in this? Super Monkey Ball? I've never played this, but the soundtrack is banging. And then there's this composer. I've listened to some of his other stuff. But he's done this series called Ping Pong, which I haven't watched either, but the soundtrack is sick. I almost kind of don't want to watch it. I just want to imagine what it is based on the soundtrack. I can like, huh, I wonder what this is about, and just sort of leave myself with that question. I've got a bit of Potter Robinson in here. And then there's this soundtrack from Japan Sinks. I've never watched this either, but the soundtrack is sick. So yeah, I've got like a bunch of music from soundtracks. I've got Lazy Town in here, but they've taken this off now. You can't. Maybe in America, but in my region, it's region locked now. I can't listen to this. And Crazy Frog, of course, classic. But what else is in here? I think that's all the soundtrack stuff. Oh, and the Sim City soundtrack. Again, this is really not my kind of game either, but the soundtrack is cool. So I don't know, man. It's just the music's cool. That's all yep. Free-to-get her explains so much of your decisions for this game. Maybe it does. Well, because yeah, I guess that was so it's peak design. But I don't think I'm going to go exactly for that style. I think what I want is sort of a mix between what came before that and Frutiger, probably. Because Frutiger Aero's font choices are not the kind of fonts I would pick, but the color choices and the skeuomorphism is something that I like from it, but I don't like the stock fish images that they use a lot. I'm not a big fan of that stuff. But the general feeling of it but with yeah, I want to do something that kind of feels similar but is like my own spin on it. But that kind of, I guess it's sort of like the mix, like there was a period between 1995 and like 2005 where things were sort of transitioning from Y2K to that, and that sort of zone, I see some mixes there that are pretty cool. Okay, so let's get these all mirrored. For those, I just realized some of you might not know what we're even talking about. So I named this playlist, it's after this art style that was very popular. Well, not an art style, it's like it's a design aesthetic. It's a better name for it. It's the Windows Vista aesthetic. And it's starting to become popular again now. But I never grew out of this. I always loved this. It's this look. Wouldn't it be so cool if we actually, like, this is the world we actually inherited? That'd be sick. But that's not what happened, unfortunately. But it has this sort of, I think the reason I think it has its appeal to people, especially nowadays, is that it's sort of this feeling of this is the future we were promised but we never got. And a lot when I remember when I was like maybe 11 or 10 or maybe 12 years old, I remember drawing. I had a drawing, I don't know if I still have it, but it's like a drawing of Gabi in a field like this with this, it's actually framed the exact same way as this picture. It's crazy. I've never seen this picture before. This is someone created this wallpaper like recently. This is on Reddit. Can I open the post? So this was 3 months ago, someone made this. But like 15 years ago, whatever, when I was a kid, I drew this exact landscape with this sort of city with a planet in the sky. I don't like how he's done the planet here. I would do it a bit different. And then I had Gabi standing where this butterfly is, and Gabi didn't look as she looks now, of course. She looked a little different. But that's sort of like part of what I imagine in my head is sort of this still. Like the world in my head is basically this, pretty much. And it's sick. Freaking Lazy Town is sort of the same aesthetic too. Like Lazy Town is kind of a cartoony version of this, really. So anyway, probably every Gen Z person in chat right now is probably drooling. Early Little Big Planet vibes. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I don't know if I kept it because I used to draw a lot when I was young, and I had them all. The way I organized all my drawings was so bad. I kept all my drawings in just a big pile in my desk, and over the years I would just add to that pile, and it got to the point where after like 6 years I had a pile that big of drawings of just sheets of A4 paper that I have drawn on both sides of them, and I had like a thing. I think I had a ruler, and I took a photo of like measuring. It was like 10 centimeters tall, or like 15 centimeters of just drawings. And then I'm like, I should kind of organize these a bit better. And because if I spill something on this, it's over. So I bought a bunch of I went to Office Works, bought some binders, and then I just like cataloged them and like threw out like half of them, because a lot of them were like half finished sketches that I kept for some reason. So I went and culled them of just the best ones, and then I cataloged them in my binders. So I've got stuff dating back to like 2008, like January 2008, all the way. I think I stopped doing that when I was in 2014, like late 2014 is when I stopped doing like just A4 paper drawing, and I started doing digital or sketchbooks. I think I transitioned to sketchbooks like during 2014. But yeah, a lot of like post 2009, a lot of them are of Gabi. There is one I took a photo of recently to show someone, so maybe I can dig around for that for the end of the stream, because I know it's in my photo roll somewhere. But yeah, anyway, let's copy these keys. Getting a little, yeah, but it's, oh yeah, I love that. It's like sort of the Nintendo Wii vibe, isn't it? It's pretty cool. So I'll link the playlist if you guys want to jam to my take on Furuga Arrow musically. There might be some stuff in here you like, if you like this sort of vibe. If you like Ape Escape 3's soundtrack and Lazy Town, then oh wait, I don't want to copy the song link. I want to copy the link to playlist. So if you want to go back in time 15 years, So I've got a bit of Mirror's Edge soundtracks in there because that is a similar vibe. I've got Dreamscape by 009 Sound System, which is a classic. I've got a lot of Owl City as well, a lot of early Owl City, and a bit of Porter Robinson mixed in there too, because some of his stuff is, especially Nurture, that album is like a modern Fudogero to me, because it's all very glitchy sci-fi. It's a little into the Y2K, but it's very nature sort of oriented, sort of like that period of time, but it's done, you know, in modern times. So yeah, great choices. Thanks, Sakamoru. You have been graced indeed. But yeah, it's that's basically like most of my music palette, of my music taste, is sort of there. Sometimes I veer off that and do other genres, but like listen to other genres, but a lot of my bread and butter of like what I listen to every day is that. Honestly though, it is that that aesthetic needs to come back, because it's so optimistic, and I think it would, everyone's life would improve if our computers looked like Windows Vista. I know people weren't a fan of Windows Vista for user account control or whatever, but if everything looked like that and not this flat garbage we have now, people's mental health would improve. Mark my words. If we had a default wallpapers with pretty cities and fish swimming in the air, and none of this, you know, AI pattern glop that someone made in you know, in After Effects in 5 minutes. If we went back to that, I tell you, man, depression would be gone. We would solve depression, okay? Absolutely. It would be a better, we could make that future we were promised real if people just, you know, if we just try to make it at least look like that. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think. But no, I do think a part, because I remember there was I made a video about this a while back. It was like, because I was getting asked quite a bit in stream before I made this video of like how to not lose motivation on a project and whatever. And honestly, a lot of it is just listening to this kind of music, honestly. It makes you kind of not worried. I don't know what it's like therapy almost. I don't know how to describe it, but if I was listening to rap or I don't know, what's like moody, like, you know, punk music, if I was listening to that kind of stuff, I probably would not feel as positive, not be as optimistic. But because a lot of this, I know a lot of people don't like this sort of music because it's too happy, but honestly though, I think it's probably saved me a lot of money in therapy, because I've never had to, I've just listened to this instead. It regulates my entire mood. I just chuck on some Flower soundtrack, and yeah, it's like anxiety cured, basically. That's how it works. At least it works for me, anyway. I'll just skip ahead a few tracks. But yeah, man, I really do think music kind of sets your entire mood if you listen to it enough. It influences you. And that seems to have not worked, that export. Let's try that again. K-pop has this, Nick Graphics says K-pop has that function. I don't listen to K-pop, but from what I do know of it, yeah, I could picture that. I have a bit of, not a lot, but I have a few J-pop sounding songs in that playlist. I don't know if it's similar to K-pop, but it's very high energy, very light, no, not light, bright, very bright mix, a lot of high frequency, like bright mixes in that playlist. There's an artist I know called Perfume, who I started listening to last year, and it's all music from 2007, and I wish I had found it in 2007, but I guess better late than never. But their stuff is extremely like, it's like video game pop soundy, and it's very bright. It's extremely bright, and it always puts me in a good mood. Okay, so we made a few adjustments. I think the torso is looking a lot better now. It doesn't look like her back is bending the wrong way from the side. Okay, that's probably... I'm probably gonna... We'll call it there for the run. And I'll see if we can get a start on... Let me look at the list. So let's... let me just save. Because there's a few tough ones in this list. So I'll take run... Where's run? sprint. I called it sprint here. We'll take that off because we've sort of addressed some of that now. Because there's a lot of these animations that are like 2 frames long that loop. Like this one, and this one, and this one. These are kind of tricky. The vault is also tricky. I don't know if I want to come back to that for a little bit still. Then there's these 2. These are sort of static poses. But they're important. They're hard to get right though. Because these ones are sort of like when she's moving, what, you know, if you move and jump when you're at the apex, what pose should she make? And we have this very Spider-Man looking pose right now, which I don't really like. So these 2 on the list refer to that pose, the jump apex moving pose, and the descend moving, because when she starts falling, there has to be a certain pose. And I still don't really have an idea for these yet. And we've renamed this to kick now. And we also need I just remembered we need because we do need some transitional ones, but I don't know if I want to look at transitions at the moment. So what those are is sort of like, because you know how we added the kick the other day? It looks very awkward when you jump and kick because it just goes straight to the pose. It needs a transition between it, but I think I want to leave that till a bit later. I'm just trying to see what jumps out at me here. Same with this is a transition. That's going to depend on the run. That we don't have programming for, so we can't see how that looks in engine. This one we don't have programming for either. This we do have programming for, but jumps are tricky. Anything, because it's all air stuff, because she spends so much time in the air. There's a lot of air poses. Well, yeah, that jumping jack video was cool, and we do need more things to do while she's idling. So I don't know, I kind of feel like in the mood for this. So maybe I'll try and just block out something basic with this. Of jumping jacks. I'll see if I can find the one where he does it all at once. Oh wait, let's go back. Because because we do have one idle fidget and it's not very good. So having a few more to break it up. Oh, I've lost the time. Oh, here we go. Stop right there, Sporticus. Okay, that could be a key pose there. And I'll keep it very simple. We won't do any in-betweens, just the keys. Just to have something to work on while my brain starts to think of things for all this. Because I need to think more about some of these before I try doing them. Because there's a point where I'll have an image in my head of how it has to look, and I haven't conjured up. There isn't an image coming to mind for a lot of those yet. But when I give it enough time, it goes bam, and it comes there, and it's like, aha. It's sort of like when you have your fishing rod out. I don't fish, but it's a lot like fishing, I think, when you have ideas. It's like, you don't get the idea, it comes to you. The fish chooses your line, you don't choose the fish. So I have to wait for something to kind of come to mind, and then it's like, aha, that one. But that hasn't happened for this yet. But what is jumping out at me, which is jumping jacks. So we'll call this idle fidget 02. Did that key? That didn't key everything. Oh, it keyed like the body. I didn't mean to do that. I gotta key it here. There we go. So let's go. Let's teach Gabi some jumping jacks. So this, because it's just, I've looked at so much Sporticus now that mimicking him is a lot. I can see exactly what he's doing. So this should be no problem. And then he keeps his body very symmetrical and straight, so this should be an easy one. Because there was the other routine we were thinking, where she does the one-handed push-up, but that's a bit harder to do. That's a lot more keyframes to do. So I want to, jumping jacks is repetitive. It's something you can repeat with few keyframes, so it's appealing to me as an idea. I think that's literally it. Like the first part, I think that's literally it. Oh no, he's kind of sort of doing this. And we won't do the tail, we'll just do the body. It's gonna be fun. Just something fun and light to do as a concluding thing. So I'll skip ahead a few frames. Okay, I got it. Shut up, O2. No. Well, it is like fishing. How am I wrong? Just because I haven't fished doesn't mean I don't know how fishing works. Okay? I know the mechanics of fishing. Just because I haven't done it doesn't mean... Like, that's how it is, right? You throw out a line and then you have to wait for a fish to come to your line. I don't think you need to have experience to know that. Nick Graphic knows perfume? Oh, that's sick. Well, yeah, I wish I knew about them sooner, but I now know them. But yeah, a lot of it does sound like sort of stuff I would hear in a video game, but it isn't. It's just some music that Sony Music Publishing published. And it's like, huh, that's pretty good. So this one I'm very confident about because should I get that video out? Should I get that one out? I think I will. So for those who haven't seen this one, this is the instructional video that the actor for Sporticus did to teach people how to posture like him. So and he actually does do the jumping jacks example and he pauses to show the proper knee placement. And I've watched this like 20 times, so I know what I'm looking out for, and he's demonstrating here, like, you know what, you need to bend like that. You need to have the knee out and bent a certain way like this. So I'm using my prior knowledge here. You see this leg bend? This is wrong. It has to be like this. I don't know how the feet are gonna rotate though. I guess something like this. And I'll have to like move the legs out forward. Something like that. Yeah, there we go. I might have to adjust the helper bones to make this look a bit better. And then I have to, hold on, I've lost the, where's the video? Yeah, so then the arms come out like straight like this. Because what I'm thinking is, you know, when you idle long enough, she like maybe does 1, 2, and then maybe 3 of them and then goes back to idle. And you can literally animate just 1 of them and just repeat it 3 times. So it's a very cheap, it's cheap and budget and easy. But it also has lots of personality too, and that's great. So I'll just the hands have to be at a certain angle. It's kind of hard to follow his arms though, because they're very muscular, so I can't quite see how they're all rotated all the time. And I can see I've got it a little bit wrong here. Legs have to come out further, and her torso has to be a little higher. Oh, yeah, like that. And the arms have to be straighter. Have to be like perfectly straight. Actually, should I do the arms FK maybe? Maybe it'd be easier to do the arms FK. Oh, I don't know, it's tough actually. Let me watch him move. Yeah, actually it would be easier to... Yeah, I'll do them FK. So let me just get the... I've lost his pose now, because I was just watching the video. One second. It's really funny because he does 3 of them, and I'm just going through the video, and each one, like the poses that he does after each one is the exact same. There's no variation at all. That's why it's so cool. It's so cool. Anyway, so if I go FK. And there's a button you can press to make this follow where I put the IKs already. And then I need to key this property and this one. This will be a bit easier. And then on this one I go, yeah. So I don't have to destroy the work I've already done. And then these I can just clear. So we'll turn the IKs off. And we'll just do FK. So I can just have the arms. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. But the angle is it's a bit off. Yeah, it's a lot easier doing it this way. But the legs do look a little... They can't go too in there. Yeah, like that. And then I'll get to those next. I think it's literally just those two. Oh no, it's a little different actually. Oh no, he starts with that pose and then he goes here. But I think it is literally, the key poses is just 2 of them. I swear. Hold on. Because the next pose is a lot like this, but he has his hands not on his hips. So maybe I'll get rid of that first one. He's got his hands sort of like this. And I'll do something so that they're not clipping together. There's literally just 2 key poses. That's crazy. See, it's even easier than I thought. I know we'll probably have to do something in the in-between there, so maybe we'll add one in between these 2. I just want to see what he does with his hands. Okay, yeah. So I'll cut that first one out, and we'll put this at the beginning instead. And then in between these, because that's literally I have to make it look like she jumps upwards between these. So let me find. I'm just watching the video. Because she jumps up, like the hips go up, so maybe like here, the arms start to come out. This hand is rotated wrong. I'll adjust this one so that one of the hands comes in front of the other. But that's a bit too far in front. The arms do need to be a little straighter here, I think. And then I'll just move that up. Oh, no, just one. Like that. Yeah. And then she will like jump up a little. So maybe we'll use the center of mass bone here to like move her slightly up. Yeah. So the legs, they do like this. The feet will like bend a bit. And their feet are at a bit of an angle too, like this. You fish by grabbing them with your teeth? Well, yeah, of course. I trust you would know. I haven't done that personally. Seen these skulls remembers attempting to fish at a camp and always sticking my thumb with the hook when trying to cast. Oh, that sounds uncomfortable. That doesn't sound so good. That's probably why I've never tried it, because I have a feeling I would do that. So this next, yeah, just gotta spread the arms out a bit more. Sort of like, it's a bit like a T pose, a bit like an A pose even. So maybe it is quite an easy pose after all. And then there's like one more frame in between this, where the feet like touch the ground, but he's not, like the hips haven't hit the bottom yet. So this comes back to Earth. That rotates back, and these have to come out a bit more. It's like the landing. There's like the initial contact, and then it's sort of, there's like the apex of the land that I've done. It's actually kind of fun. It's actually pretty fun. And yeah, then the arms start to sort of stick out about here. If there's any twist in the arms, maybe a little. Oh, what was that? I didn't want to do that. Yeah, I'm just watching the line. The hands are sort of coming up right by the head there. Well, that's really quick. But you can see. Okay, I have to spread these out a bit more actually. Legs, they have to yeah, they sort of have to sit right under the elbow. And then it sort of goes. Oh, actually, this is a bit asymmetrical. Hold on. And then, well, this might have to come down a bit lower to just sell the pose. Let me just watch what he does with his feet. Okay, the feet can't move more to the side, so the feet have to be as far out as they will go. So I'll move them like here, so they have to be in that pose already. Like that. And the rotation is still not right. Maybe, yeah, hold on, I know what to do. Just delete that key. Paste that at frame 4. But this has to be a bit more exaggerated. Because it has to look like it's sort of settling. So maybe I need to add some stretch to like here, move the torso a bit further up. So I'm just gonna exaggerate it a bit. So we like stretch her body up a little during, and then as this is the fall, the descend. So we'll scale the head. Oh, the head scaling is really strange here. It must be another Rigify thing. All right, I'll have to investigate that too. Oh, that would explain why the land looked so weird. All right, well, at least it looks, because I saw this glitch in Unreal yesterday, but it's good to know that it's actually just mimicking the same glitch in Blender. So that's, if it was only doing it in one software, I'd be worried. But I remember when I was showing Gabi's land animation, whenever the head scaled, it would look a little strange. It's less strange than it was looking, but still strange. Yeah, so this is another Rigify bug. But I will scale this up a little anyway. To, let's say, 1.1, 0.95 on the other axes, just to exaggerate the movement. Because this has to be sort of like communicate that falling action more. So I don't want to scale this too weirdly. This torso scaling doesn't quite look right either. It's meant to, the body, what's meant to happen, because this is another byproduct of the workaround I tried. If I change this to this, it's meant to stretch the body like that. So I'll keep it on this version of the rig for the moment, because it doesn't seem to be copying everything over. The custom weird solution. So maybe that plugin that whoever game tools for Rigify, maybe I'll have to try that after all. Because it isn't, it's not copying everything. Maybe I'll move this down and scale this up. Just trying to exaggerate it. Oh, oops. So you see the sort of stretch there? Maybe I need to do it a bit more. Maybe I should stretch these out a bit. I think I might be able to just get away with with like just looping these 4 poses over and over. Maybe. I think the poses are similar enough that I can just scrub backwards and forwards like this. Wow. But it needs more flair. It's just lacking flair, that's it. She's got good form, but it lacks flair. I think the arms here maybe point these a bit further up. And the head I'll scale more too. Because it's very quick. And I think here the feet should scale a bit up, just to emphasize that they're contacting. So we're trying to do the anime rule set now. just to exaggerate stuff. Yeah, you see how there's a bit of like subtle scale changing when her feet touch the ground? That's what I want. And I think maybe even this pose I could have this go further up to exaggerate it more and stretch the legs. So I'm just trying to think of ways to like blow this out of proportion and just be silly. Because yeah, that's what you do sometimes. So these arms even, we could scale these like that. Because in motion, see there's a bit of flair now. But I think that I didn't like what I did on that frame. Hold on. Just looks a little stiff is all. Oh, okay, the rest of the anim, because I'm just watching him go back to the idol, it is a little different. Oh, it's not a lot different actually. So I think what needs to happen. Oh. Maybe another frame after this that's like squashed down, so it looks like she's sort of like following, like I don't know. I just have a vibe. I have a feeling that this is it. This is sort of, yeah. Or is that too much? And then if I try to copy these in reverse order, like if I take all of this, paste it. And then all of this, paste it, and then like back to the normal. I'm just wonder. There we got something. We just need that end to rest a bit more there. I mean, that's like a basic version of it, I guess. Wow. So imagine she's just doing that while you're idling around. That'd be pretty funny. Let's see it with we'll do it with the armor as well, so we can see it in its glory. Pretty cool. That was pretty fun. It's just it's a shame that the scaling is going a bit weird. Yeah, look at her go. I think that and the fingers. I haven't done the fingers. She looks like Squidward's house. Okay. Have I seen the new UE5 videos? What do you think? I'm gonna see if you can guess whether I've seen them. You guys know me well enough by now. Can you guess? Do I look like the guy that's gonna care about what UE5 is doing? I'll see if chat can answer that one correctly. There is something going on. Hold on, there is something going on. One of these frames, the legs are slightly off. Here, this one is wrong. Why is that acting like that? What is going on there? Why is this leg more bent? Oh, this little bone here is in the wrong spot. Okay, there we go. There we go. I wonder. Oh, I think we could put this in engine right now, just to have a look. I have the code for this type of thing set up. I think I just know mine needs to get slowed down a little though. It is very fast. It's very fast. So if I double this, maybe like 1.5. Like that. Yeah, that rhythm's better. Oh god, this is fun. But what's not going to be fun is fixing this rigging glitch that's happened. That's not going to be so fun. But that's Future Ray will pull through. He always pulls through. He's a good guy, Future Ray. He always comes in. And he always comes in clutch, as the kids say. So I'll let him do his thing. But I just need to export this layer. So this is idle fidget 2. And then I want to do some other kind of stretch at some point. A more feline looking one. That animation is so silly. Well, maybe Gabi is silly sometimes. Okay, she jokes around with me. She can get a little silly. But yeah, to answer your question, no, I've not seen any UE5. I'm not really following with UE5. And the reason why I've explained many times is because when I've upgraded engines before. If you do it enough times, you kind of realize that you shouldn't. You know? Like even upgrading from minor versions of Unreal, I've had serious problems happen. Like Gabi's wall run breaking. That actually happened one time when I upgraded from 4.26 to 2.7. Gabi's entire wall run broke, and her climbing broke, and the camera system started acting weird. So I'm just not gonna go off UE4 until the game's finished, because it's just too much risk. I don't have time to fix like more random little changes that they make, because that engine's getting updated all the time. So it seems like a recipe to fight with Epic constantly as they change stuff and you try to make your game. That's been my experience anyway. And yeah, they're not ever updating UE4 ever again, so I don't have to worry about that happening. I'm at the latest UE4, and that is the last UE4, so it is... You cannot get more stable than that, my friend, let me tell you. And there's probably more resources on UE4 anyway, because it's been around longer, so there's more tutorials and more documentation from it, because it's just been around more than UE5. So that's why I stick with 4. And I don't really care about what... it has to be... For them to convince me to upgrade, they would have to do something that was completely game-changing, that wouldn't just be appealing to the PBR crowd. They would have to be something that makes what I specifically want to do easier, and I haven't seen it. The stuff I have heard about, like Lumen or whatever, is all stuff I'm not really... That doesn't appeal to me at all. So I just don't really pay attention anymore. I'm very satisfied with 4. Happy with this. So where was that idle fidget? Where is it? So all I have to do to get this working, I just have to add it somewhere. Oh, this is it with the smoothing on. It looks a little goofier here. So if I turn on stepping, and we go to her blueprint, or it's, yeah, I think it's this. There should just be one thing I have to do to get that to play, is that I have to just go here and add an animation. And I gotta make sure it doesn't do any, we'll change the chance to play to like 0.5. Just gotta make sure it doesn't blend anything, and yeah, blending, no blend time, go away, no blend time. Bye blend time. Gotta make sure it's set to 0. And then we just have to add a fidget. Oh, fidget 2, where are you? What? And that's all I gotta do. It's that simple. And then she should start doing jumping jacks now. If we just sit and wait. Let's get her out in the sun. Get her out in the sun. She can do her exercise with some vitamin D. So let's wait, let's see what she does. Let's see what Gabi's got in store. She's not really doing much. I hope it still works. Gabi, come on. Maybe it isn't, hold on, because I did change something. in her blueprint, so maybe it won't enter that state. It should though. Oh, no, there's one thing I did forget. There is one thing I did forget. I have to add... This has to come... I have to move this. And... I have to add it here. I have to add the notifiers, I forgot that. And I gotta check her normal idle if that... Yeah, I thought I had fixed this. So it wasn't entering, I just have to move it a little bit away from the edge. Okay, that should work now. So let's move. Oh, she only does it once. Okay. I'll have to have that loop. So she does the stretches. She does a lot of those stretches. She really likes her arm stretches. Can we get another jumping jack, Gabi? Because it does it randomly. Oh, that was sick. That's cool. Oh my god, hell yeah. I want it to last a little longer because I've only got one loop. So I just want to have it last like her to do 3 of them. So let's can I copy this frame please? Can I copy all of this please? Thank you. Oh wait, that transition is way too quick. Okay, yeah, that'll do. So we'll just take that, copy it again. Oh, it's gonna do 4 of them. I don't want 4, just want 3. So when does that end? Frame 72. Okay, that's great. That's great. Haha. And I'll move this a little out so it mirrors. Okay, 76 frames. Okay. I literally just re-export it and it'll do it. Alright. Hello? Okay. So if I go fidget 2, re-import. So now she shouldn't just do the one now, she should do a set of them. So we'll open it up in a level here. So we can see it in context. The PBR crowd. No, it's not a pejorative, it's just I'm not in the PBR crowd. I'm not saying that that's bad. It's just not what I want. Okay, I don't want to do PBR. Have I tried Diona's Stretch from Genshin Impact? I haven't played that either, but I will take a look. Yeah, wait. Oh, wait, it cut off. Hold on. Oh, no, did I not re-import it? I thought I did. Oh, I have this, the notify. Gotta move the notify. Silly me. Hold on, I gotta move that. No, oh, no. Right, I gotta get that in the right spot. There we go. Okay. This time, it'll do it this time. Thanks, Mr. Graphics. Mr. Graphics has said it. The graphics are good. Oh yeah, there we go. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it go. Come on, Gabi. Give us a show. Yeah. Oh, I love this. The transition is a bit awkward, but you know we can work on that. Oh, this is cool. But yeah, I do want some kind of thing where she stretches her arm upwards. So if the Genshin Impact thing is similar, we could maybe look at it. But we gotta be careful not to fall into the Genshin Impact style, because I know a lot of people say, I haven't played it, but I know what it looks like because everyone keeps telling me to look at it. And it's like anime inspired, but it is not anime itself. Like the animations don't look anime, so we'll have to figure out a way to stylize it in some way. But yeah, look at that. Yeah, the squish is a bit much, but this is just sort of rough. A first draft. The hair would need to be animated too for this to look better. But this is just like with... Yeah, maybe I could cut out some of those. Would I recommend 4? Yeah, I would. But I mean, if you're starting like a project brand new, you might as well just use 5 at that point. The only reason I don't is because I started my project before Unreal 5 was a thing. So for me to upgrade is more risk for you to just start with it straight up. So I'd recommend 4, but I guess if you're just starting scratch, you might as well just use 5. Only like, yeah, for me it's just because I'm already in the world of 4. Just want to see what this looks like in better lighting here. What she needs some kind of transition where she sort of jumps. She like jumps into the first jack and then, yeah. There needs to be a bit more upward thrust, I think, for some of those. It's cool that it is random. It's like the animation is random, so I actually don't know when it's gonna play. It just picks it at random, which is pretty cool. But yeah, it does look a little stiff though when I look at it more, like the torso when it's How will I transition from the idols? Well, that's something I still haven't worked out. I remember like last week we were looking at that and we actually worked out that it's kind of difficult. So I don't know. I guess maybe we just try to make a convincing enough transition so that people don't notice that it doesn't transition perfectly, but because to get it to transition from a random point in the idle where the tail is moving a certain way or whatever, it's like kind of hard actually. So I don't know how we'll do that. Just want to see what this looks like from the side. And the hands, I gotta straighten those thumbs out. So that's that, because the hands are just in the default pose, which is a very uncomfortable pose, which could be why this looks a bit goofy. But this is cool though. I like that she's you know, she's staying fit. Yeah, the transition's a bit awkward though. And then there's the run. I think I've still got the run put in on the wall run at the moment. I don't know, I'm still not sure how I feel about it. The run. One thing I'll show you some ideas I did have yesterday. Is there any walls I could wall run on here? I think over here there is. Because I noticed that a lot of the time, you guys don't know this yet, because, well, you know it, but you haven't played this part yet, because it's a hack that exists with this new combat, which I haven't like released anywhere. And it's like this air kick move, right? And what's really cool about this move is that you can spam it with the wall run. So I'll open up another level where this is a bit, where I could do this better. With blending. No blending. We're not doing it with blending. So what I was saying, yeah, so with the kick, so you can kick into walls and it like preserves the momentum from the kick. And I do want to adjust the kick a little bit to kind of give you more of a rapid boost. Because one thing that is a bit I don't like with the kick at the moment is that I want it to feel more like like let's say this invisible thing I'm holding is Gabi. Because at the moment when you kick, you go like that, but I want it to, like this, like you go jump and then you thrust forward. But I want it to be more like jump and then like I'm you know like in tennis when you hit a ball and it goes, that's sort of like the feeling I kind of more want. And I'm not really getting it 100% here. So I want to speed the kick up but shorten it so it feels more like a sudden charge. Kind of like Tracer's dash a little bit, but in the air. The only problem is I've tried doing that and all of that extra momentum is it adds more momentum, which is a little not what I want. Like I can try and do that now, and it has a side effect because I've programmed this a little too well with the momentum code. So if I go to her whatever it is, her melee system, and I change the force, if I times it by like 4 but shorten the, maybe not 4. Hold on, I set it too high. Where's dash velocity, dash direction? Yeah, maybe that's, hold on. Did I click the right? Oh yeah, so I'll times it by 4. And we'll change the duration. We'll divide that by 4 as well. We'll do 0.2. So if we try and do it the way I kind of want it, the kick is, all that momentum it gives you is like preserved, and I kind of want it to not do that. I want it so that it like, you dash forward and then it sort of tapers off at the end, but it doesn't know how. It just preserves all of it. So like if I could have you dash and then you sort of stop a bit at the end of the kick, but you don't lose all your momentum, you just don't keep all of it, you know? Because this is a little too OP, this when I set it to this. But anyway, yeah, if you do this on a wall, it preserves, like, it preserves quite a bit, and it's really fun to just essentially smack into the walls. And I know that I want some kind of animation for that, where when she smacks into a wall, she reacts somehow. And then one thing I thought would be cool is that if you look at the kick pose itself, maybe she kind of maintains that posture, but on the wall, like she starts surfing the wall. Like, if you do it from a kick, I've lost her now. Yeah, Gabi, come back. Gabi, slow down. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of momentum. Why can't I full screen? There we go. So imagine she like kicks, and then she like, her feet like go like they skid across, and then she starts like surfing the wall when you do it from a kick. That's one idea I had that would look kind of sick, I reckon. Just doing it from the kick pose. Because that kick pose, when you do it from like this side, like her feet are like up like this, and it looks kind of jarring. Like when I do the kick pose against the wall, it looks kind of cool, but if I just adjusted it a bit so that she was like being able to ride on it, sort of like she was surfing sideways sort of thing. So that's an idea I had that might be sick, because and like changing the kick parameters but not having it keep, like you go 200 k's an hour doing this now. It's pretty insane. Momentum though, it's a lot. So you can get, because everything carries it, so you can actually exploit this a lot. But I do want like more speed, but not this much momentum. Like, don't want it to keep it all. But yeah, so that was an idea I had animation wise for like the, actually, how does that run look when I go this fast? Oh, it's actually kind of cool. But yeah, that was an idea. Return of the wall skate. Yeah, it could be, because we'll leave it, because we do have that, I'll put that one back on for the moment, the actual wall slide we made yesterday, because one of the reasons I'm kind of leaning on that one too, let me open up the blend space and switch it out. So I gotta change this to wall ride. Okay, wall ride. Right. So if we bring that back with the sliding on the wall, I mean, it kind of does go already in a way. And for some reason, she's tilting out way more than she's meant to here. She's like rotated more. I don't know why that's what it is. Oh, it's the rotation blending I added before. Let me tone that down a little. So there should be surface lean. Turn that off. Because that's sort of the pose we had yesterday for the ride. But from a kick, I would want to try and make it so that it's like a more extreme thing of that. Like when you do it normally, like from a wall ride, maybe like something sort of approximating this pose. But then if you do the kick, It's like the legs lead instead of the body is sort of what I was thinking for that. Because that with the kick, the legs are leading and it looks sick. And I do like this pose, it looks awesome. And if I had a similar thing, I don't know how it would even look exactly, but I just have an image in my head of this, her on the wall like this, but her legs are leading and her body is like catching up behind her. Oh, okay, she's doing her exercises. And she somehow, I don't know how that would look leaning into the wall. Like her thigh would have to go up and down like across, like you see my arms are like this, her legs would have to do this basically. Like her one leg here and one leg like that against, like up against the wall. So that's, yeah, so that's an idea. Could you run a level? Curious what everything looks like in game. Yeah, let me just tone down the homing velocity that I just did. Let me tone that back down to the baseline value. Oh, I forgot what they were. Oh, let me undo. Oh, I've undos. Okay, that's brilliant. Where is homing? So I gotta divide that by 4. I don't know what the old duration was. I think it was 0.5. And then I think the animations might have, yeah. Wall right, left, wall right, right. We'll put it with the wall right at the moment. We'll do classic Skyport. I feel like turning while kicking looks weird. Well, yeah, maybe it does a bit. I don't know how I would solve that though. I like how she immediately starts doing jumping jacks. That's funny. The slide is broken though. For whatever reason, the slide doesn't... I broke it the other day. I don't know how. So this is just Skyport with the new model. Oh. No, let me do that again. That sucked. Let's go. Let's go, Gabi. Let's give these guys a show. So remember, the animations aren't finished. These are just the blocking poses. It has to look appealing. It shouldn't look perfect yet, but it should look appealing at least with these blocking animations. So if something looks stiff or that it's not moving enough, don't pay attention to that. That's not really what I'm after. I'm just after the potential of these. Like, do you see potential in sort of the actions? So this is how it's sort of looking in context at the moment. Oh, I went right into that. I'm doing a lot better at this level today. No, I missed the rail! No! Sorry, Gabi. Back here then. Oh, yeah, and the lasers are glitched out. That's a long story. Oh, I keep hitting stuff. Man, this is frustrating. I need to practice more. And that vault, I need to work on. I did make a few changes to the vault, but I'm still not really happy with it. And there's a lot of bugs with the vault as well. Oh. And then this, I know this part of the level sucks, I acknowledge. I've got that grind flip move, where she does like the forward flip. Oh, thanks, Phoenix. She gonna have death animations? I guess she would need them, eh? I totally didn't think of that. Maybe just like a, I don't know. Can I get away with having just the one death animation and like when she like loses health or something? Because if you fall off something, she doesn't need an animation for that because you'll like go off screen, so. But maybe if she takes too much damage. I'll have to add that to the list. Oh, I S-ranked that, hell yeah. Checkmate. Speedrunners. I don't think it... I know you guys playing the older build. I think it is literally impossible to S rank the stage because I didn't set the score parameters correctly. So I just won the record for the best rank in the whole world. Isn't that cool? So yeah, that's the blocking animations in game at the moment. Oh, look at me go. Wait, whoa. How the hell did I do that? Hold on. That was a complete accident. How on earth did I build all that momentum there? Okay, maybe I am not terrible at this game after all. Well, that was interesting. One of my favorites is this spin flip she does when you slide jump. This doesn't have any combat in it though, this level. I'll show you one of the newer levels that has enemies in it. It's a little bit better. Cold Princess is gonna be cool when it comes out. I hope so. I sure hope so. Yeah, that spin flip move I love. It's one of my favorite ones. And I'm using it as a placeholder for the combat at the moment. So when you rebound off enemies. But I need to make a special one for it still, an animation for that. That's a bit quicker. This has enemies. Oh. I want to try and like do a slow motion so you can see the kick pose. Yeah, watch for the kick pose. I think the kick is way cooler than the dive move I tried animating. Look at that kick. Ooh, I like that. It needs like a particle on it, of course, but that'll come later. Oh, I gotta get the switch. Yeah, there's a switch here. Oh, I think there's a bunch of enemies in this area that we can get animations on. Like that. Oh. And then she lands, and then maybe will she do some exercise, I wonder. Yeah, there we go. She just destroys this entire terrain and then just does her jumping jacks, man. That's funny. Will she do them again? I don't know why I'm addicted to watching her do jumping jacks now. But yeah, so that's how some of those are looking in game anyway. Yeah, I think the ride, I don't know, because when you watch me play it with the speed I'm going at, because one thing I've noticed is that a lot of the runs, it's all from like slow. All the games are slow. Like watching Mirror's Edge's gameplay, wall running, watching that marketplace asset video we saw yesterday, they're all very slow. Whereas Gabi, look at her speedometer, she's going like at 50 k's an hour, which is like a lot in miles. For you Americans that refuse to convert to the metric system. But you look at her speed. Actually, you know what? I'll convert it to the metric the other system, just for you. There is a setting in that. We'll go to Imperial units just for you Americans. So you can get a sense. So you can get a sense of how fast she is here. Oh, UI glitch. Hold on. Let's watch the miles per hour at the bottom of the screen, below my face cam. Look at this. Oh, I lost all of it. Look at that speed. We'll get the boost pad here. That's like 50 miles an hour, which I guess is fast. So I think a run, I don't know if a run would even work. Yeah, knowing that it's like 50 to 60 miles an hour. I don't know, maybe it would, but I don't know. I think I'm still kind of leaning towards the slide with like some cool particle trail. And then, you know, some blending with like up and down velocity and stuff. Yeah, there's this weird UI bug that happens sometimes where if I die and respawn, one of the widgets gets drawn on the entire screen instead of in its box. It's meant to be in a certain area. So I don't know if I can get... It only happens every so often, and yeah, the solution is just to die. And when you respawn, it fixes it. So that's another UI bug. I don't know why... I can't get it to happen, though. I don't know why. I'm gonna see if I can remake it happen. It's like sometimes when it draws the UI... Yeah, like the timer will like take up the whole screen. But it's when I want it to happen, it's not doing it, so I don't really know. That's working fine now. Yeah, because I have like, I don't think I ever talked about this actually, because I've kind of redone the entire system that the UI works on and how the game mission stuff is tracked. Like I think I might have done some of that on stream, but the UI design I don't think I've shown a lot. And it's like completely new. It has animations and stuff and everything. So if I like die, if you actually watch, they fade off the screen and fade back in. And it's the same when I exit a mission, those metrics disappear. And it's just, you won't be able to do this in the final game in this level. But the mission system, it's like instead of using game modes, I wrote my own system to control mission objectives, and you can essentially, without loading into a new level at all, you can change the mission parameters. So that was a bit complicated, but I have a better demonstration of it in the test environment. If I go here, I have a little area for missions. We go talk to Mr. Calder here. I love how she's doing jumping jacks when she's talking to him. That's funny. So if we pick one of these missions like this, you see that now there's like different stuff has loaded in, like enemies are now in the scene, collectibles have spawned in, and I have like a mission, like a counter at the top of the screen and the score and the watch. So that's all not in the game mode. That's some other blueprint that's put it in there, and you can turn it off. So if I go exit mission, it'll just stop. So that's deactivated. So the mission's over. So it's like self-contained missions basically. So if I go hit this checkpoint, so I can respawn back here. And if I pick a different thing, like this mission, it has a different layout. So this one has a watch in the top, and it tracks a different thing in this mission. This is the floor is lava type, where you can't touch the ground. And then if you do, when this specific mission is active, it knows when you've landed on the ground, and it has this screen. So when that mission is active, if you touch the ground, it's over. But if I exit the mission and do it, it's fine. It won't do it. And then if I go to time trial, it just starts timing me, and it spawns in a checkpoint and some collectibles. So that was a whole different. That was like I have to make a video about that at some point. It was kind of complicated, but it's pretty robust. And then it also integrates to this result screen as well. So depending on the different missions, the amount of things that shows up on the side will change, and the way it scores you will change. So if I pick one of those other missions, like this one, it scores you on more than your time. It scores you on a few factors. So if I defeat all the enemies and collect all the cogs, because it ranks you on score, but the score you get bonuses depending on how many enemies you get, how many collectibles, and your clear time. It factors that all in. So in this one, the result screen's a little different, where all of this shows up. And if I wanted to add something else to this list, like let's say death count, I could actually add that pretty easily. Like I could add a custom metric that tracks your deaths, and I just integrate that into the mission, and then if I tick on a box, it'll tell that one to show up on the results screen, and I can program it to factor into the score as well. So it's very modular, but designing that system was, oh my god, that was a saga. But yeah, it's something that, this is like maybe one of the more polished elements of the game so far, is this system. I know that the animations for everything aren't really all there, and it needs more sound effects and better text and stuff. But the actual underlying code, I reckon, is pretty solid. I think it will actually make it to release. But a lot of, yeah, because I've had to do lots of rewrites for a lot of things. Like Gabi's movement was rewritten like 3 times. Even this mission system was rewritten maybe twice. Because the version that's in the current build publicly on itch, which was like a few years ago, I think, that mission system looks similar, but it's actually a completely different system. And part of the reason that's there too, because I see you guys post your speedruns in Discord sometimes, and when you're doing a run, the video freezes, and I'm like, why is the video frozen? But it's just because you're restarting the stage, and because I don't have loading screens in that build, it just freezes the screen and then you restart. But with this system, there is no loading screens anymore for restarting. So if I go to Skyport, because of the way I built this in a way where it like eliminates more loading screens. So that's a cool payoff, and I reckon that's a good thing to have in a game of this kind. You don't want to be sitting in loading screens like this one right here. You want to have less of those as possible. So I was just going to show you the... we'll go if you do like Skyport, because I see a lot of people do this, where they're like in a run in Skyport and then the screen freezes and they restarted, and it has to, because it reloads the entire level again, which is very wasteful. So that's why it's freezing in that version. But if I was to do this, because you people, I see what you do here. You get to about here and then you like restart. So me, I hit the key and it doesn't instantly. So that loading screen is just gone straight up. So I don't think players will notice it, but I mean, if there was a loading screen, they would. So the point is that they don't notice it at all, I guess. So it's like instant loading. And it resets the enemies, it resets the... There's no collectibles in this, but if I go... There's like a few enemies in this scene. If I go underneath here, there's an enemy. And if I kill them all... If I kill all these guys and reset it, those guys come back. But they actually aren't loaded in yet. Because I've done... I'm just remembering the amount of work I've done in the last year. I totally forgot. They actually are... There's a little icon that's going to come on when they spawn. You'll see these little icons on the screen. Oh, okay. So in this one level, that doesn't work. But in the other levels, if I do the... So I haven't set them up here yet. Sorry, that's my bad. That's embarrassing. But if I go... if I go here, this level has enemies in it. And it does work here. I know I haven't tested it in Skyport, but it does work here. So if I go over here and... What you see in the distance, I've set the draw distance quite low. But if I walk into this volume, the enemies will spawn there, because that saves memory. And if I get far enough away, they despawn. And then if I kill both of them, and then reset the mission, they're still not there, because they aren't, you know, they're unloaded. But they will come back, and I haven't reloaded the scene. I've coded in all my own things for it to know when the mission's reset and it to reset itself. So that took a bit, but yeah, I think we did do some of that on stream, like maybe last year at some point. So there's a lot of systems like that people don't really think about a lot, but they're in there. A lot of games have systems like that, and it's like the invisible back-end stuff that you're not meant to notice. You're not meant to notice that stuff. So, but it just makes the experience better. So you see in this mission, it has at the cog counter at the top, it says 8 out of 60. So in this version of this mission, you actually complete the mission by collecting cogs rather than just your time. It does judge you on your time, but you don't have score or anything. It's just how quickly can you collect everything and not die. That's the game in this one. And I had that, like, an early version of that working ages ago, but this version of the system is a lot more robust now. But anyway, I should probably get going, because that's, I think my eyes are a little tired from animating, and I need to, I need to think more about what I want to do about some of these other animations, like the jump poses and stuff. So, no loading screens, Bethesda disapproves. Oh, well, I'm sorry, Todd. I'm sorry to disappoint. Maybe it was the cause of the shift from metric to imperial. I don't know. For the UI glitch, that happens like all the time. It's not because I switch units. It's something else it's doing. Something else. Let me just I'm just gonna put my controller away. What made you decide to redo the animations? Because everyone said that the old ones sucked. So I'd be an idiot not to redo them. It would, there's kind of no choice. If you show it to people like that, you know, and I don't just mean people that I know will agree with me, right? Because the thing about having a YouTube channel is that you get influence. And I'm very careful that people aren't just saying it looks good because they know who I am and they like me. I really want to know, like, is this good? Like, is this actually good? So when I posted around on like TikTok or Twitter or Reddit or wherever, half of the time I was getting told with the old model, about half the time it was like, this looks a bit jank. And that's bad. Like if that's like the difference between a game that someone like actually picks up and something that they don't. Like that thing can make all the difference of if it slightly looks off when you see it, when you see a clip of it on Twitter for like 2 seconds. If in 2 seconds it's enough to make you either not interested or make you want to leave a comment saying that it looks bad, then it's like, okay, well, there's a problem now. It means that the appeal, it's not hitting on all cylinders with its appeal. And it has to, because we're going to be competing up against other games that do that better, or, you know, whatever is out there. Like most games that look like winners don't have the weird jank that we had with the old model. And if you want to, we'll do a final comparison before I head off of what the old ones were. Because if I don't know if you've seen it, but if you see the difference, you'll know why I wanted to redo them when you see it. Let me just find the old build. Thanks. How do I pronounce that name? I'm that I am. Would I consider slowing down the cog counter flashing? Yeah, I think I might change that widget to be something else, because it doesn't really do anything, really. Like, it just shows you the amount of things you've collected, and I have to... There's a few things there I have to change, but that's Future Ray's problem, that. But if we go and look at the old model in action, you'll understand immediately why I wanted to change it. So you just watch her move around here, and you can just see kind of straight away that it's just not really it. You know what I'm like you see this, and yeah, it's got the cell shading and stuff, and it's cool, but the character design helps, but it just, I don't know. Most people can't point it out either. I can, because I've looked at this way too long. But a random person looking at this is gonna know there's something wrong, and I know, because I've seen it happen. Whenever I show clips of this model, there's always something wrong with it that someone points out, and that's that's like how to look like an indie game in progress, is when you have that happen. What the reaction you want is people saying, "Oh my god, this is amazing," and you want that happening like 90% of the time, not 50% of the time. So if we just watch her move around with the old one, you can probably, the more you look at it, the more you'll see that there's like, there's something not quite right, you know? Or not, maybe you think it's good, and that's cool then if you think so, but I don't agree. I think this looks pretty, it looks kind of average, you know? This version. But then if we quickly, just to compare, and remember, these ones are not finished, so it's not a fair comparison, because this one still needs more work on it. It's still very blocky, but just because I want to also make it more acrobatic, so I want to do some more things. Like when we use combat and rebound, I want to do more cool flips and stuff. And even like for her double jump, I want more acrobatics in it, which I have yet to do. But we've got this going so far. And I don't know, you can probably just see. I don't know if it should be obvious when you just look at them. Like one of them looks not great and one does, so yeah. So if you're, you know, you're scrolling through your Twitter feed and you see the one with the old model and the one with the new model, which one are you gonna be interested in? Which one will you smash wishlist on? It's the question you gotta ask yourself. And you know, I got pretty lucky that I think we're at like 25,000 now wishlists. And that's just from showing footage of this one. So it's like, okay, well, it wasn't the worst, but imagine how much better, not better, how much more appealing the game is gonna look when I show people this when it's finished. And that's gonna drive even more. We could even get to 50,000 maybe. That's my next goal. I wanna get to 50,000. Wishlist is an important metric. Wink, nudge, nudge, wink. Wishlists are important. I wonder if there's a link in the description somewhere to take you to wishlist it. Totally no ulterior motive here at all, guys. But it shows, Coca says it shows you've improved. You've improved Mr. Man Matt Pat. What? I've improved Mr. Man Matt Pat. Oh, I read that as Matt Pat. I'm like, Of what? What do you... Pat has improved what? Sorry, that's meant to say Pat. Well, thanks for the head pats. It's just whenever I see the word Pat, I think Pat for some reason. Just like whenever I use the word theory, I can't help but say game theory. I don't know what it is. Nick Graphics says the old one was good enough to get me to subscribe. Well, that's good. Thank you, Mr. Graphics. You, being the expert in graphics at all, you probably represent a majority. But it's only good enough to get you to subscribe. Is it going to be good enough to make you wishlist and smash wishlist and actually buy it and actually tell people about it? Because those are the next barriers of entry that I have yet to... I have to break those barriers. And yeah, this is good enough to get a YouTube subscription, but that doesn't... that's not going to help me return my... that's not going to... I'm not going to be able to survive on just the amount of followers, right? It has to be... It has to drive... You know, people have to actually want to buy and play the game. And I think, to me, I don't know... I mean, maybe this is good enough, but... I mean, come on. Like, let's be real. Is this really good enough, man? I don't know. I mean, it's probably better than, like, half of the games on Steam, but... I want to be in, like, the top 1%. And to me, this is a bit closer to that. Because I've done lots of research on Steam analytics and statistics and data. And I've collected lots of data about Steam and like what happens. And I found that even being in the top 20% of performers is not good enough a lot of the time. We looked at some other game. There was some game we looked at the other week and we were looking at their numbers and it was like in the top 20%, but it was like 30 grand, which is like not a lot of money. But considering that that's like in the top 30, sorry, the top 20, it just, well, what that means is like 80% of those games on Steam don't make 30 grand. Like they don't make that amount. So, and it's not that it's all about money, but it's just, you know, to sustain, so I can make more games. That's something you gotta think about. It's like, this first one has to be so good that it's like, I can do another one. And to me, I don't know, I wasn't seeing it here. It's like, I kept looking at it and I'm like, I can do better than this, surely. And I guess I can. Well, I will once this is done. I will have done better. Because yeah, it's a big world out there. A lot of games getting made. And you gotta like really, I think you have to really be like in the top 1% to have any chance. So that's what I'm trying to do with this model. Because for me, you could go about doing this in a lot of ways. For me, it's the character, because I'm a character guy. The game is very based around the character. If this was not this kind of game, you'd have to do some other trick or whatever to... You'd be investing that effort on something else to try and get that over the line. For me, though, it's the character model. That's like the most important asset in the universe for me. So let me just save all that, and I'll wrap up. Been wishlisted since last year. Nice one, Coca. You're a real one. It's great news. I don't even think it's on my wish list, actually. You know, that I don't think I've actually wishlisted it. But I don't know if that would count. That'd be cheating. I don't want to mess the algorithm up. It'd be like liking your own video, right? Like, it's kind of... Maybe, yeah. Maybe not. Maybe I shouldn't. But one of you will have to do that for me. Right, so I'm just saving all that. Great. Mischief managed. What's the roadmap? Well, I can't tell you all of it. I have a plan. To explain the plan would take a little too long. But the other animations, well, we still have, like, we need to do vaults. The vaults are not really that great yet. The wall run, we gotta sort of figure out what we want to do. The jumps are not they're very lame at the moment. Especially, like, the idle jump is fine, but when she's moving in the air and she has, like, a pose, I'm not happy with that one. It needs to be better. And then the combat, when she rebounds off enemies, she has to have cool moves. Actually, where's the rest of my list? And when she jumps off a wall, I have an animation for that now, but it's terrible. I have to redo that. That has to just get redone, because that was like one of the first ones I tried doing, and it wasn't very good. What else? Like a double... I don't have a good double jump yet. And I need to make a bunch of little tiny transitions between each of these. So when she's like running and then she slides, there isn't a transition between those and it looks awkward. So I need to create like a quick 3 or 4 frame, like she somersaults and her legs like hit the ground or something into the slide. And then when she stops sliding, she has to like do something to get back up. So in these little things, I want to start injecting more like acrobatics. So maybe when she stops sliding, she like breakdance moves and stands up. And then when she, like we were saying, like if she kicks into a wall, maybe she like wall runs a little differently if you do it like that. And then maybe like 1 or 2 more of those fidget idle animations where if you stand, she just starts doing stuff. So I might add like another stretch, like a stretch pose of some kind. And that's kind of the main ones. There might be other little bits in between those, but and yeah, like, when she kicks in the air, there's no transition when she jumps and goes into the kick, and then when she exits, it's just very stiff. So just little transitions between those, but those are sort of last priority bits. Like that's something I'll do after all of them are sort of in there. Then I'll start worrying about the transitions. But that's at least for the animations, that's kind of the plan. So it's just like grinding out it until it looks the way it needs to look. And because I know that in this case, going all out is necessary on this one because it's the key asset. It's the most important asset. And that is going to be what drives more interest. It's going to be the character model. It's not going to... There's other stuff I have to do with the whole game, of course, like the environment art and whatever, but the main appeal is not that. It's all Gabi. She's the appeal, so she has to really... That's why I'm going a little over with her, because I know that it's sort of the place you'd want to do that. I wouldn't do that with everything, though. So for things like environments, I'm probably not going to go... I want to figure out some ways to kind of trim things down. But for Gabi, it's like... That's one... A lot of eyes are on that asset, so it has to... The quality bar has to be higher. Coco says they felt good at the time. The glow up is glorious, though. Thanks. She looks like she hasn't left the house. Yeah, well, like, yeah, the old model as well. It looks very scrawny and pale, which I also didn't really pick up on when I first made it, but it started to look that way. At least compared to the new one, anyway. I think so. But yeah, that's the general plan. Kumish, she says the issue with animations is a lack of poses or too long time between poses. I'll have to think about that one. Well, yeah, because you got to remember these are still blocks. Like these are just the blocking. So I haven't actually put in much effort to in-betweens yet, which is probably why they look still like it's going to be low FPS still, but this is like kind of iteration 1. I'll probably go all over like all of them, maybe not all, but a lot of them I'll go over like another time. Like I'll like touch them up like another iteration to add in like more in-between frames. But to me, what I'm looking out for now is to get a comprehensive amount of just the basics of every animation and see if they look good in this primitive form. Because I think if they don't look good with just poses only, like the key poses, if it doesn't look good there, it's not going to look good if I put in more effort and add in between. So I'm just trying to get sort of the rough vibe. So if you think it needs more poses, unless you're talking about more stylish, like acrobatic poses, because I would agree there, I think it does need some more acrobatics in it. So that's where I would then go in and start with those basic blocking poses to add more things like that in before I go adding too much detail. Because yeah, once we sort of see it all and it's like the blocking is rough, but every pose is really good, it's like, okay, this is like good enough to continue with. So that's what I'm trying to work towards. But yeah, but that's probably gonna do it for me today, guys. It's Friday, so well, it's Friday for me. It's probably not Friday for the Americans, but it will be in due time. I will see you next week, and we'll see what sort of happens. I'm working on another devlog at the moment, so I don't know if I'll have enough time outside streams to do animating. But if you want to see what's cooking in the devlog pot, consider becoming a early access tier Patreon. You get I think you get a mug at that tier. If you say subscribe for 3 months, you get a special mug with Gabi on it, and you'll be able to see my current working script of it. And I have a voiceover I've been working on, but I did some rewriting on it this morning that I need to... I got to touch it up a little more. But it's going to be about the drone character. So that's... We're going to be covering some of the same techniques we're doing on Gabi. So yeah, and then I've got a few more also that I'm writing. So I've been pretty busy. So stay subscribed. I'll see you next week on Tuesday, Wednesday, depending on your time zone. And enjoy your weekend, fellas.